Again, good morning. Even before the COVID-19 experience, the evidence showed that many countries in the world were already experiencing rapid demographic changes. Populations were aging due to lower fertility rates and longer life expectancy. Consequently, several countries were already facing a decline in their populations. What the pandemic did was to bring the consequences of this global trend into much sharper focus, a trend that is projected to have very far-reaching impacts on our economic and social landscapes. Our policies and programs must be aging-friendly and supportive. It is therefore certainly my pleasure on behalf of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs to welcome all of you, whether physically or virtually, to this national conversation on aging and elder affairs, forming the narrative. And it must be a new narrative. My name is Jacqueline Wiltshire, and I'm honored to be your chairman of proceedings to help navigate today's conversation. In fact, there's nowhere else I would rather be today because of the sheer importance of the subject matter. See, in rapidly aging societies like Barbados, what we have been experiencing over the past few decades were dwindling populations, shrinking workforces, increasing number of retirees, threats on sustainability of our institutions and our traditional economies, and even a challenge to our conventional tax design and pay-as-you-go pension, in which I'm interested in. Then, as the older population tries to navigate their way through the natural onset of a range of chronic diseases, decreasing mobility, financial constraints, lower standards of living, and loneliness, sometimes to the point of feeling unnecessary, the unfortunate result can be neglect, abuse, and a host of related social challenges. For example, if we are to come even close to our targets as set out in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which were designed to ensure universal social protection, then special attention must be paid to the most vulnerable. The elderly population definitely falls into this category. And that is why the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, with technical cooperation from the Pan American Health Organization Office for Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, has convened this one-day national conversation to kickstart the process of developing a new national policy that will inform new strategic directions on aging and the elderly in Barbados. We therefore welcome all of our partners in this process, who include the representatives of the health and other strategic public sectors, the Barbados Royal Police Force, faith-based organizations, insurance and agencies and other representatives of private sector services, civil society and community-based organizations, and of special mention, because, as they say, nothing about us without us, the Barbados Association of Retired Persons, BARP. Welcome all. And we certainly could not have convened this meeting without PAHO WHO technical support. It is therefore my pleasure to invite Dr. Yetades Gibre, PAHO who representative to Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, to bring us some remarks and some greetings. Let us welcome Dr. Gibre.
Yes, thank you.
Honorable Cynthia Ford, JP, MP, Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Ms. Gabrielle Springer, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Dr. Jacqueline Wiltshire, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of the People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, senior government officials, chief medical officers, representative of the regional and international development partners, representatives of various stakeholders, agencies, public and private, leaders of civil society, community organizations, including faith-based organizations, and the media, Dr. Darlene O'Meara Taylor, advisor at PAHO, and Dr. Janice Cumberbatch, consultant facilitator from University of West Indies, and all special invited guests. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Indeed, it is my great pleasure to be here, Madam Minister and all. I bring greetings on behalf of our Director of PAHO, Dr. Carissa Etienne, and the Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. PAHO is very pleased and honored to be part of this effort with the Ministry of People of Empowerment and Elder Affairs. This national consultation is an important step in the development of national policy, strategic and action plan on aging, which would lay out the strategies required to improve the well-being and livelihood of older population in Barbados. The initiative is important now more than ever, as the chair mentioned earlier. The current COVID-19 pandemic is affecting older adults severely than other age groups. Older adults are more likely to already have underlying conditions such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, hypertension, respiratory illness, comorbidities that we know now raise the risk of severe COVID-19 and COVID-19 related death. This event is also being organized in a very strategic moment as we enter the decade of healthy aging 2020-2030, endorsed by the 73rd World Health Assembly. The decade of health aging 2020-2030 is an opportunity to bring together government, civil society, all partners, the private sector for the next 10 years. The decade of healthy aging advocates for 4 strategic actions: combating ageism. Despite all the contribution and actions older adults have done to their communities, family members, there still are a lot of stereotyping, how we think about them, the prejudice we have, how we feel about older adults, and discrimination, how we act towards people based on their age. Ageism affects people of all ages, but has particularly deleterious effect on health and well-being of older people. With the support of PAHO, the Inter-American Convention on Protecting of Human Rights, older persons was adopted at the General Assembly of the OAS in June 2015. The convention specifically advocates, Madam Minister, for the importance of ensuring that older adults receive independence, autonomy, informed consent on health matters, equal recognition before the law, social security, accessibility, and personal mobility, among many others fundamental human rights. At this point in time, Madam Minister, this strategic action and policy development should also consider from the forum to advocate for Barbados at this point in time. The second agenda item on this 2020-2030 agenda for healthy aging is that age-friendly environment, age-friendly cities and communities allow all people to maximize their abilities across life course. In Barbados and the other Eastern Caribbean countries, we have very nice beaches. However, when we go to different community facilities, shopping malls, or work facilities, it involves collaborative efforts for multiple sectors: health, social protection, transport, housing, and labor, and stakeholders, civil society, older people and their organization. We need to work together to have a better contingency plan, especially when we have humanitarian emergencies like disasters, hurricanes, including the COVID-19 situation, where we have to analyze the data, disseminate information, geographically disaggregated. The development of the Barbados national policy is an important step toward this age-friendly environment. Madam Minister, Barbados should apply for membership of the WHO Global Network for Age-Friendly Cities and Communities, not only just to be the city, but as tourism destination, to be also to cater for such population group. PAHO is open to provide technical guidance on this. Good health adds life to years, Madam Minister. Health system alignment is the third area. In this regard, longer lives bring greater opportunities, including possibility of rethinking how our entities' entire life course might unfold. But these opportunities are very dependent on people maintaining good health and access to social services into older age. In this context, it is necessary to think concrete, feasible, efficient, and sustainable solution over time. PAHO recently supported an assessment of the responsiveness of the health system in Barbados. to the needs of aging population. That revealed that Barbados is at an advanced phase of demographic transition with contraction of the population group younger than 60 and then fast growing of population over 80 years. In this regard, even though the individuals are living longer, it doesn't mean that they are living with better health and having their needs met. Life expectancy at age 60 has increased by 2.3 years for Barbadians between 1990 2017. Healthy life expectancy also increased by 1.6. That means it's not matching with the life expectancy, what we see. Therefore, we have to have a healthy aging population. Madam Minister, currently we have long-term care issues. Provided access to long-term care for older people who need it. Declines in physical, mental capacity can limit older people's ability to care for themselves and to participate in society. The majority of the people in need of such care are older adults. Most of them live in communities and receive care from informal caregivers, family members, friends. Access to good quality long-term care is essential to maintain functional ability, enjoy basic human rights, and live with dignity. In addition, it is essential to support caregivers so that they can deliver proper care and also to take care of their own health. Honorable Minister, dear colleagues, if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal, we will need to take into account the rapid population aging that is occurring in Barbados. This demographic transition is unprecedented and will impact almost all aspects of society. The national consultation as the initial phase and every important step towards taking concerted action to formulate evidence-based policies across all sectors to ensure that no one is left behind. And at this point in time, we have also to look into, regardless of age, we will have the opportunity to fulfill the potential in dignity, equality, and then at this point, I would also congratulate the Ministry of Health, Madam Minister, your leadership, Permanent Secretary, and then all participating in this meeting. I congratulate again the government of Barbados for taking this important step and leadership to define the policy. I wish you a successful discussion, and I am looking forward to learn more about Barbados in this regard. I thank you very much.
And we thank you, Dr. Gibre, for those kind words and also for your invaluable support. Thank you. The Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs has frontline responsibility for Barbados's most vulnerable populations. These include the young, people with disabilities, the poor, the homeless, and of course, the elderly. And it takes a very special kind of person to lead such a mandate, and special she is. The Honorable Cynthia Wyford, JPMP, walks that personal journey with every person she meets that is in need and will go to the end of the earth to advocate on their behalf. She's a teacher by passion and profession and a social worker at heart. But why am I going on? Because this is one minister that needs no lengthy introduction. Her work speaks for itself. Let us welcome Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, the Honorable Cynthia Wyford, JPMP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Gabrielle Springer, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. PAHO WHO Representative to Barbados, Dr. Gibre. Representative of the University of the West Indies, Dr. Wendy Seeley. Our special PAHO focal point, Dr. Darling Omer Taylor. Other representatives of our regional and international development partners, representatives of our various stakeholder agencies, public and private, leaders of civil society and community organizations, including faith-based organizations and the media, consultant facilitator, Dr. Janice Cumberbatch, Dr. Ambrose Ramsey, who is the consultant at the Geriatric Hospital here, other stakeholders, valued members of the public, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning. Morning.
I know that the formal welcome has already been delivered, but as Minister responsible for people empowerment and elder affairs, I want to extend my own personal welcome to each one who has joined us today, both physically and online, for this very important conversation on aging and elder affairs, and to thank you for recognizing the importance. I want also to publicly acknowledge the technical support of PAHO, WHO, and the input of our consultant, Dr. Janice Cumberbatch of the University of the West Indies, Cayfield campus. Let me also admit, I am personally interested in the outcomes of today's discussion because, as everyone knows, I am extremely proud of my maturing years. I am one of those persons who believe that age is honor and that this should be a very satisfying time of life, having survived the whims and fancies of middle age and the middle years, of course. Unfortunately, for too many, this is not always the case. For many, aging is a time of poor health, loneliness, and anxiety. This was significantly compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic that introduced protocols of social distancing, restricted social activities, including church going, usually an important part of Caribbean older persons' lives, overall minimal human contact, and increasing use of technology. And while, as you previously heard, we had always intended to rethink the delivery of social services to the elderly in Barbados, the numerous gaps uncovered by the experiences of COVID have forced us to fast track our review to find the best strategic decision to support and protect our elderly population. That is why we are here today, ladies and gentlemen. Globally, governments have been grappling with the fact that almost a quarter of the world's population is predicted to be over 60 years old by the year 2050. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a staggering prediction. Accordingly, the World Health Organization, the unique health and social issues associated with aging are set to become increasingly more important to governmental planning in the coming years. In Barbados, almost every week, we hear in the local news and yet another person joining that very special demographic of centenarians. And we are indeed proud of how many of these privileged men and women are still very lucid, strong in mouth and spirit, even if sometimes less robust in body. Indeed, we happily celebrate their milestones and endorse their value as repositories of our ancestral history. The evidence is documented in our centenarian website established over a year ago. As Barbados' population continues to age rapidly, therefore, we must face head-on the many challenges that aging trends may pose to our present and the future economic, social, and health realities. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we must also give thought to the general well-being of older persons and their families. While medical advances and improved quality life have paved the way for many more persons to live longer, often way beyond the 70, aging also brings with it greater vulnerabilities to disorders such as heart disease, stroke, cancers, arthritis, mental disorders, including a variety of dementias and other chronic non-communicable diseases, which we normally call NCDs. All of these conditions have implications for the provision and delivery of social services, as well as other concerns such as income security, access to health services, housing, transportation, and of course, even the most basic social and recreational activities. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Barbados, we have earned the ignoble reputation of being the amputee capital of the world. And the burden of chronic diseases on the public purse and other resources already pose a great challenge for our planners and policymakers. Presently, over 60% of this country's health budget is spent on the treatment of NCDs. Equally, planning for retirement and a new phase in life in later years is also essential to avoid the social issues such as less human interaction, reduced income, or low self-esteem, which can result in social isolation or depression. It is a fact that aging is usually accompanied by less ability to do the most basic everyday tasks that were previously taken for granted. And we all know, because we have somebody in our home, in our village, in our church, in our association, who would have gone through this particular experience. Aging, however, ladies and gentlemen, is not always negative. Other persons are a national resource. Older persons are a national resource, pillars of the society who should be valued and supportive to live full and active lives as respected members of their families and communities. They deserve it all and more. And while society may sometimes assume that older persons will be physically and mentally incapable, this is not always the case. There are older persons who are able to live very active, satisfying, and independent lives, mastering the communication technologies, requiring little or no support at all. For them, opportunities for recreation and human interaction may be enough. But we have our senior games that we hold annually, where we engage our seniors who are, some of them are still extremely well prepared and fit, sometimes even better than I when I have to run races alongside of them. So you can imagine how lively and active they are. And of course, there are just about 20 locations across Barbados. Their faith-based institutions, community centers, pavilions, and so on are opened up for them to join and recreate and to do craft. Some of the most excellent craft, ladies and gentlemen, that I have seen being prepared. It is just as good as what we see in stores in Bridgetown, the crochet, the various vases out of old towels that they look as though they're out of the store, the flowers, the earrings, the aspects of jewelry. Last year, there was a wonderful display at the Central Bank, and we were able to see the excellent work our seniors have been putting on across the length and breadth of Barbados with instruction from persons who know it all. And that brings an element of joy, because I have a girlfriend who has lunch with me every Sunday, and she is always proud to speak about her experiences of meeting others and getting engaged rather than being at home and picking at her fingers and twiddling and doing different things that she knew she would not have been able to do otherwise. So we are grateful for the National Assistance Board's objectives in helping to reach out in the community even further. There are, however, those who will need support, and we have to plan for them. We can start by identifying those issues which are likely to most likely affect older persons. These include being unprepared for retirement, grief from losing a spouse or partner or child, or relative that is close to them, feeling of social exclusion when everyone else seems to be so busy with their own lives, a decline in living accommodation due to lack of income, difficulty in accepting physical changes that are simply a result of getting older, and malnutrition due to loss of appetite, especially when living alone. In addition, some older persons may find themselves being caregivers for spouses and other relatives, and that too impacts on their health and their performance. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why it is so important to focus on the issues that we will discuss here today. The Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs has already been very successful in meeting some of the challenges of an aging society, and you will shortly hear more of some of these successes, but we understand that there's still a whole lot more to be done. For example, there is room for further intergenerational engagement where younger persons interact with older persons, each learning from the other. And of course, I am in that category, so I know of the oral history, the storytelling, the spiritual and moral barometers that our seniors are, the entrepreneurs of the past raising many children and having shops and other businesses that they had gone nowhere to learn about accounting or anything, but they were extremely successful and were able to purchase properties and educate their children. They are strong educators, good disciplinarians, fonts of knowledge at all levels in numerous spheres of life. They are our valued leaders in our society. This, for example, will be a feature of the proposed elder care in the community program, which was announced by Her Excellency, the Governor General, on September the 15th, 2020, during the throne speech. And this project is ready to take off as a conduit which should provide support and services for the lonely, the shut-ins, the abandoned, the abused, and those who were ill, so that they can gain moments of pleasure, worship, comfort, peace. And this is a companion to the National Assistance Board that is already out there for many years, servicing those who need the help more than ever. And I want to thank all persons in the communities and in those institutions for their commitment to these exercise of serving the aged and the elderly in our society. For all these reasons, ladies and gentlemen, we are relying on your input today. Aging is a natural part of living. We are definitely all in this together. From the day you were born, you begin to age. We are therefore hoping that once we agree on a policy direction for aging and elder affairs, each stakeholder will be moved to own a part of its implementation. We will be relying on your participation today and beyond to create and sustain the kind of society that supports all age groups from the womb to the tomb. And I want you to remember, ladies and gentlemen, age is only but a number. I eagerly, therefore, look forward to today's discussion and the outcomes of our deliberations here. We value your time, support, commitment, and the contribution to this exercise. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, stakeholders all, and may our discussions bear fruit to guide our country in planning for our aged and our elderly in this society. May God continue to bless you all, and thank you for your contributions.
And thank you, Minister. Thank you for your passion and for your solid leadership.
You're most welcome.
And now we've come to the end of our formal proceedings. But before we get into the business of this morning's conversation, we'll have a 5-minute health break when you can get up and move around. But before you do, let us take our first group photograph. You will shortly be invited to turn your video on for the photograph. And this time, we will also allow the working press the opportunity to get back to their work. Media heads, however, have been invited to stay with us because we value them as a key strategic stakeholder group. So now, for our group photograph, for the record, can you please turn your cameras on?
We are still missing a few cameras. If you would please turn your cameras on so that we can capture you all. This will be, an important moment to share regarding everyone who's here.
You'll be alerted when the photograph is being taken.
Okay, I think I've captured most persons who have turned on their camera.
So thank you very much. Your photographs have been taken for the record, and you may now go back to your off cameras. Thank you very much, and we'll take a 5-minute health break. Get up, stretch your legs, because we're now getting into the trenches. Thank you very much, and thank you to the media who have been stayed with us for that time. in the Center of Resource Management and Environmental Studies, CERMES, of the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill Campus, Barbados. She has a doctorate in participatory planning and teaches courses in environmental planning, professional skills for natural resource management, environmental impact assessment, and sustainable tourism. Prior to joining CERMES, Dr. Cumberbatch was the founder and executive director of Social and Environmental Management Services, Inc., a private consulting firm that offers services in the areas of social and environmental impact assessments and social surveys, social and environmental policy research, social and environmental planning, community mobilization, and seminar and workshop design and facilitation. Previously, Dr. Cumberbatch worked for the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, was the Deputy Director of the Barbados National Trust, and developed and coordinated the training portfolio for the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute. She has both academic and hands-on experience of social and environmental management and planning within the Caribbean, and has worked on projects in many of the English-speaking islands. Dr. Cumberbatch has over 30 years professional experience in participatory research, environmental management, social impact assessment, social planning, heritage tourism management, meeting facilitation, and training. She's also published several articles in diverse areas, including social planning and sustainable development. I'm therefore delighted to hand you over to Dr. Cumberbatch and place you in her very capable hands for the rest of the working sessions. Dr. Cumberbatch, it's over to you, and we welcome you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Wiltshire, Dr. Wiltshire. Truly a pleasure. The Honorable Cynthia Ford, Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Permanent Secretary Ms. Gabrielle Springer in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, PAHO Representative Dr. Yates Gebre, other senior government officials, our special PAHO focal point, Dr. Darlene O'Meara-Taylor, other representatives of our regional and international development partners, representatives of our various stakeholder agencies, both public and private, leaders of civil society and community organizations, including the faith-based organizations and the media, valued members of the general public, all of you out there in Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you are this morning, a warm welcome. That was a mouthful, and that was the last formal fussy thing I am doing for the day. This is a consultation. We're talking to each other. Now, there's one more segment where people will be talking at you, and then we're going to get down to the business of having this talk about this absolutely critical area. We all desire to get old. Let's face it, we want to get old. Nobody want to drop dead right now. We want to get old. And we want to get old with dignity, and we want to get old with comfort. Therefore, we want to be sure that the policies in place and that all of the organizations in Barbados are doing what they need to do so we can enjoy our old age. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have two presentations, because this is a really important meeting. This is a meeting about talking about what it is that we're trying to accomplish in this policy as the ministry moves forward to ensure that the Barbados' elderly policy is on point and meeting the needs of our society. So I'm going to invite two presenters now who are going to set the tone for the conversation we're having. Yes, people have been talking at us all morning, but we're going to start talking to each other very soon. So I'm going to ask, first of all, Mrs. Sherlyn Turton, who's Senior Admin Officer with responsibility for Elder Affairs within the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, to start off the presentation. And she is joined by Dr. Ambrose Ramsey, Consultant Geriatrician of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And I want to point out that this is an initiative that marries the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs with the Ministry of Health. two very important stakeholders, two very important leaders in this drive towards a new policy. So Mrs. Turton will start off the presentation that will show us the existing policy and institutional framework and the achievements that we have made in elder care in Barbados. You don't get as many centenarians as we do without getting something right. And Dr. Ramsey will bring in that health element so that we set the context for our conversation. So, Mrs. Turton, I'm handing over to you. You may share your screen and put up your PowerPoint, please, and get started. Make sure your microphone is open for me. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As Dr. Columbach would have said, my name is Shirley Turton, and it will give you a very brief overview of aging within the Barbadian context. Aging is a phenomenon all over the world in that populations are generally getting older. According to the World Population Prospectus, by 2050, 1 in 6 persons would be over the age of 65, and that is up from the previous ratio of 1 in 11. The growth is faster in the Eastern and Southeastern Asia and Latin America and the Caribbean. As you all know, we are within the Caribbean, so it is going to significantly impact us. Here in Barbados, we have persons who reach that coveted milestone. There were over 600 of them up to this year, and we would have recorded our oldest person. So today, Mr. James Sisnett, he died at the age of 113 years old. I think at the time of his death, he was maybe the second oldest person in the world. And as I said before, persons are living globally, persons are living generally beyond the age of 65. And this in and of itself would place some financial pressure on our old age support systems. When I say old age support systems, we would of course be speaking about the healthcare, because aging and health related issues kind of go hand in hand. We might also have challenges with housing. There might be financial challenges as well. So it is going to have a significant impact on us as being a part of the world here in the Caribbean. Now, in the number of persons 60 plus, that is projected to rise during the 21st century. This is where we are right now. And Barbados, as a part of the Caribbean, as I said, we are already experiencing that trend. We exceeded the aging index of 100 adults, 100 older adults per 100 children under 15, which means that our elderly population, that's going ahead, but we are not getting births or children, persons of a certain age at a commensurate rate. So that too would bring about some additional challenges, because it would also affect the care of the elderly. You would find that a lot of them might very well be on their own, because they wouldn't have, persons there to help take care of them. And as I said, between 1991 and 2017, we would have recorded more than 600 centenarians. As the Honorable Minister would have said, it was just over a year ago that we had a ceremony to honor them. And there were quite a few of them, and you should have seen them. There were still quite a few full of life. They were able to sit, enjoy themselves. They had their photo op. So persons are generally living longer. So hence we need to make provision for accommodating them. By 2050, the population, the rate of growth and how people age, we would expect to see a lot of them age 80 years and over. Within our current scenario, the population, we had a national policy on aging, and that was introduced in 2012. But since then, the demographic would have changed tremendously. As you might be aware, health challenges are increasing, And this would be especially in the areas of dementia. And we're also recognizing that dementia is affecting persons at a younger and younger age, not only the elderly, but persons sometimes from in their 40s are being affected by dementia. And as you might know, that is a very debilitating disease. It can have a serious impact on not only the person who is affected, but on the family members who will be charged with the care and responsibility, and therefore on the general healthcare sector. And then we go on to the non-communicable diseases. We have high incidences of hypertension, high incidences of diabetes, and these can affect persons generally, yes, but their ability to work, their ability to have a productive life coming out of hypertension, the combination of hypertension and diabetes, you might have incidences of stroke, which might render persons immobile. That is another case that family members will have to deal with, and that we will have to find a way to navigate around that and to try to encourage them, to take care of themselves and do well so that they would not reach that stage. And there's also the very worrisome trend of elder abuse and neglect. Neglect in that some of the elder persons, they are left alone. They don't necessarily have that community and familial support that we would have grown up with, where we would have taken care of our elderly persons within the community. We would be hearing of instances where they are left at the QBH. They're not physically ill. They're not ill. It is just they would have gone there for treatment, discharge time, but yet still nobody wants to take them because they might be seeing them as, an encumbrance on them. Persons are still out to work, having challenges, taking care of them. And then the issues of elder abuse as well, where we would hear reports of physical abuse, emotional abuse. And emotional abuse can we might be doing things that we might not even know can be construed as emotional abuse, leaving an elder person on their own. They're not having persons to talk to, not having the level of social interaction. And I can tell you that they love to talk. An elder person loves to tell you about what their life was in the past, what they did, the things that they did to get through, the distances that they had to walk, the amount of water that they had to walk with. They like to tell you about what Christmas was like for them. So they love to be able to share these experiences, but oftentimes there's no one there to speak with them, and that can have an effect on them. Then we also encountered at the height of COVID, where their vulnerabilities were exacerbated in that led to more isolation because we were then on lockdown. And perhaps if for the ones who were living alone, you might have had family members or persons in the community who might have still popped in and paid a visit or did something for them. But then they were reduced to a state now where it was just them, because you couldn't go to them, and for a number of reasons, not only because we were under curfew, but they form a part of the most vulnerable population, meaning that along with their NCDs, if they would have contracted the virus, the outcome might have been worse for them than it would have been for a younger person. So the isolation, yes, it was, for their own good in certain respects, to try to safeguard them, to try to keep them, away from danger. But at the same time, it presented the opportunity where they would have spent probably many days, many weeks alone, and that would have a negative impact on them as well. And I would have spoken already about the deteriorating social relationships, where in some instances, we do not regard them as we used to regard them previously. An elder person in years gone by was usually treated with tremendous respect. Tremendous respect. It would have been unheard of to hear of a person hitting an elder person, taking their money, being unkind to them. We previously looked forward to visiting with them, speaking with them, keeping their company, but for whatever reason, that has changed. And then there's also the area of the social protection systems. They can be unresponsive because at this point in time, we are experiencing serious climate change. And the climate change that we are experiencing leads to a number of things. Take, for instance, over the last few days, we had quite a bit of rain, and that could have led to significant flooding in some areas. If you have an elder person who lives alone, who obviously might not have been able to get out, they might not have had the wherewithal to make contact with the person to say, well, I would like, I would need your assistance or whatever. And they could have been left alone, but that is, we would now have to put a system in place to be able to check on them when we see certain things happening, because we have no control over climate change really. So we need to have more responsive systems with respect to climate change and how we deal with them when certain situations arise. Our challenges in ensuring that a lot of things are done are numerous, but the ones that I would highlight: the lack of legislative framework. We might need to, there's not any legislation specifically for addressing matters that pertain to the elderly, whilst to address any incidences might be encapsulated under other acts. Sometimes the nature of what might happen might be better dealt with if we had something, legislation in place that would speak to the offenses against elder persons and how we would address it, and the penalties that would be dealt according to what would have taken place. Another issue is that of palliative care and other end of life matters. This is a topic that I think most people will shy away from. We are not quite accustomed to it, but it is one that must be addressed. When an elder person reaches a stage, an elder person or any person for that matter reaches a stage where you know that they are close to the end of life, what do we do? What systems do we have in place to address it? Suppose the person wants to be an organ donor. Suppose they needed assistance with, going more quickly, more comfortably. These are things that we don't necessarily talk about, but they're things that need to be considered because it is a part of the whole scheme of things where they're concerned. There's also a need for a greater interministerial collaboration. Whilst for the first time in the history of Barbados, there is a Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs with a minister specifically responsible for that subject area. The matters which relate to the elderly cannot be addressed under one roof. There are several other areas that need to be considered. We need to consider housing for them. There's also the health component. There is the transportation component. There is also a financial segment. So we're thinking that to go forward, that is one of the challenges that we currently face. And we know that that is something that we will need to address if we are to bring any ease really to the way in which we deal with our elderly persons. Another point is that there is not enough public education on matters pertaining to the elderly. We believe that we should have some public service announcements. We need to talk a bit more about it as we would have started this conversation now, because we want to encourage persons to get back to where we were before. In terms of taking care of our elderly, we want to form those intergenerational linkages where the younger persons are comfortable going again to their grannies, spending time with them, showing them how to use Facebook, showing them how to WhatsApp and use the technology, because that will also assist them in being able to communicate a whole lot better. So we need to put some systems in place, and that is one of the challenges we face right now. We don't have those intergenerational links, neither do we have enough public information out there that would point persons to where do you go if you observe certain things, what do you do, how you can assist the elderly person. So that is a challenge that we face, and we need to step up on that. But despite the challenges, we would have had some achievements. As I said before, we have a ministry specifically responsible for elder affairs. Then we also have, and that has, with that, we can now focus our action because it falls under this ministry. So we now have the wherewithal to create policies, to make policies, and to ensure that those policies are acted upon to make life comfortable for those persons who really and truly would have brought us to the position that we are at now. In terms of our policy, we had an active aging policy. And this was to promote persons to, because you're aging, you don't have to lay up. You don't just have to sit and look through the window. You come out and you do things. So we have the National Senior Games. We had about 18 iterations of it. And this brought a lot of elderly people out who, and it was not necessarily about the competition. It was for them to come out to participate in their teams, to go around the stadium track or wherever we had it, and to feel good at the end of the day that they would have gotten a medal, they would have been acknowledged. When we had games last year, the cauldron was lit by 3 elderly persons, and I think the oldest person was a 98-year-old lady who was able to walk from over by Combermere School to the National Stadium to be able to light that cauldron, and she also participated in the games. She was our oldest participant up to last year. In addition to that, we also, coming out of the senior games, we have had a number of clubs that would have come up. Freedom Striders and BAMSAT, those are the two that come more to mind. And I think that encourages them as a collective to come out with each other, encourage each other, and to just keep themselves healthy and active. Last year too, we had other seniors coming out in other areas. For the first time, we had persons participating in squash. Apart from the track and field events, they had tennis, lawn tennis, road tennis, table tennis. So they came out in their numbers to do things. They brought out their families, and we adopted a new theme then: live well, live long. So the theme in and of itself encourage you to be participatory, to get up, to get yourself active with a view of prolonging your life or staving off the non-communicables or controlling them. Our National Assistance Board as well, that's an entity that falls under the ministry's purview, that also has a number of programs catering to the elderly and trying to engage them on different levels, take care of them on different levels. We have the home care program. Those persons go out in the community. We try to administer care to persons in community. So they would assist them with like washing, some cooking, some grooming, some cleaning and stuff like that. But the numbers are really high, and that area can be a challenge. Then we have home care. We have a home care program. We have a seniors recreational activities program. That program is really fantastic. It is spread across the country. And we have 20 centers where persons go and engage in a number of different activities. They do knitting, different things, and they keep each other's company. Those persons like to get together and talk about what it was for them, what they did then, how they kept their own companies, the things that they did, how they raised the children. So that provides an area for them to sit down and keep each other's company. And this is here under the ministry, but we also have some private entities too, like the Soroptimist Club, some of the churches as well, who will have similar programs going. We have the Joyce Dunn Elderly Daycare Center, and that will be for persons who, when the families are still out working and stuff like that, that they can take them there and then pick them up in the evening. They too would engage themselves and engage with each other while they're at that location. This also offers some respite for the caregivers because it, I presume, could be very challenging to have to take care of an elderly person all the time. Not that you don't want to, not that you are annoyed by it, but admittedly, persons also need time for themselves. They also need time to do things for themselves. So the daycare center offers them the opportunity for when their elderly relative is there, that they can go out and do what they have to do for themselves. We also have the Clyde Gollop Shelter for homeless men. We have a Vauxhall Senior Citizens Village. Persons are usually resident there and pay a small fee, and these are persons who can usually assist themselves. So we just offer, housing accommodation for them. We have Lancaster House, that is kind of emergency housing for persons who would have experienced unfortunate circumstances, fire, flooding, eviction, and it's supposed to be a short-term residence where we give persons time, to get back on their feet and get their lives back together. Anything can strike anybody at any point in time. And there's the Helping Hands Volunteer Project, which is also on the ministry, the National Assistance Board. Within the ministry, what we would like to do in the way forward is to advance the cause for caring of our elderly. And to achieve that, we hope to continue or to start working steadfastly with all governmental, private, and civil society organizations. As I said before, we can't do it alone. We need the help of other persons. We can't have all of the ideas, hence the reason for our discussion. And I'm sure that by the end of the day, that we will have several ideas that we probably would not have thought about, but persons out there who are working alongside the elderly persons and who might know of other needs, other issues that we might not even be aware of. And we sincerely hope that you will be able to bring it to the fore before the end of the day. We also want to continue to advocate for comprehensive legislative framework towards the improvement in the life of elderly persons. We owe our lives to them. They did quite a bit for us. It was through their sacrifice that Barbados is at the stage that it is at today. They're not to be discarded. They're to be treated as valuable members of the society. They still have a lot to offer. We can still learn a lot from them, and we need to take care of them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Durton. Truly important points that we must all bear in mind and that we will most definitely be discussing further today. Now we're going to have a second presentation by Dr. Ramsey, Consultant Geriatrician with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I am going to now be sharing Dr. Ramsey's presentation. I hope that you are able to see his presentation now. It should be on screen. Can I have a confirmation that you're seeing your presentation on screen, Dr. Ramsey? I think you should be.
Yes, I'm seeing the presentation.
Excellent. You go ahead and you're on.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, panelists, fellow panelists and participants. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you as it relates to this national conversation on aging from a health perspective. Now, I'm going to start out by briefly, it's going to be a very brief presentation, but I hope to cover what I perceive as the main issues from the health perspective. And we're going to start first by looking at a brief overview of aging, because we are talking about aging. And, it's that process of growing older that starts from conception. And what's important is that it makes an older person frail and weak. And it also causes a decrease in the ability to cope with disease and disability. And of course, these come together and increase the vulnerability for death, which is, of course, something that will happen to everyone. And it is not considered negative in that it is a part of the life cycle. It is something that is expected to happen. Now, when you look at an older person, you tend to see mainly negative effects of aging. If you look at the physical structure, the skin usually becomes wrinkled. There's muscle loss, so the person loses the muscle bulk, which has a direct impact on strength. And also, you see changes in the brain and the nerves affected by memory loss. So, and this is not dementia, this is memory loss that is a feature of aging. And this is the result of a decline in the mental capacity. The brain's ability to process, recall, etc., is affected as people get older. Exercise capacity also decreases, and that limits the individual's ability to, limits, not eliminates, okay, the individual's ability to participate in exercise. It also impacts on the person's ability to continue to function in society. All organ systems are affected by this aging process. The next slide I'm going to just give an overview to compare the illness, what happens between an older and a younger person. Now, older people take longer to recover from illness from their younger counterparts. And this is linked to what I would have discussed earlier as it relates to the physiological changes that tend to occur as people get older. Hospital stays as a result of illness are longer, and older persons also tend to suffer more from longer hospital stays. So quite often they go in, they're quite often living alone, and they will enter the hospital, as someone who previously cared for themselves, but after maybe one, maybe even a 2-week stay, they're now weaker and they may not be able to continue to care for themselves at home. Rehabilitation period is longer. Rehabilitation basically is the process of recovery, return to the level of function that one was at prior to the illness. So that takes longer for older persons as well. Now, a bit about the numbers. This would have been discussed extensively previously, but our population is growing. The 2010 census estimated over 65 population at 278,000 people, and the Barbados population at 278,000 people. Getting scared now. Huh? And the over 65 population, approximately 12%, which would be about 35,000 people. And you would expect to see a growing burden. As I mentioned earlier, older persons take longer to recover. And that's one of the factors that will contribute to the growing healthcare costs associated with this aging population. Now, chronic disease burden, the chronic non-communicable diseases, they increase with aging. This is another factor that will contribute to hospital stays, of course. Hypertension, the Health of the Nation survey reported in 2015, reported about 44% of adult women and 37% of adult men suffering with hypertension. And that went up to about 78% of all genders over age 65. So that is startling. So a lot of hypertension in Barbados. Diabetes follows, and about 19% of adults in that study was shown to be diabetic, and that increases to 46% over age 65. And if you look at the over age 80s, that increases even more. So aging has its attendant difficulties as it relates to diseases. Now, dementia also growing, and dementia has severe impact on older persons here in Barbados. Probably 20, maybe 2,000, maybe 3,000 persons in Barbados living with the illness. And as it relates to referrals to the geriatric hospitals between 2010 and 2012, 30% of those persons who were admitted during that time had dementia. They came in with a diagnosis of dementia. And we would have looked at the numbers within the geriatric hospital, again, around the same time period. And we have over 50% of residents, I think more like 54% of residents of the geriatric or the St. Michael District Hospital living with dementia. Now, as I alluded to earlier, this has significant implications for our health system. And that means more visits. So who do you see most at the polyclinics? older persons, private clinics, older persons. We have more hospitalizations due to the chronic non-communicable diseases, due to stroke, heart attack, heart failure, kidney failure, amputations, cancer, and eye disease, and those are just a few. So significant impact. Our rehabilitation service is overwhelmed. It has not been able, in its present state, it's not in its present state able to handle the demand for the service. And the long-term care services are overwhelmed. And this would include district hospitals and private nursing facilities. As I mentioned earlier, we do expect to see more increase in healthcare costs. We have to strike a balance between increasing spending and, of course, trying to provide optimal care for these older persons. The wait list, there's a lot of persons waiting. I cannot tell you, unfortunately, how many persons we actually have in waiting, but I can tell you that we have over 230, 250 referrals from the community every year, and that's from the community alone. We, of course, also have to respond to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, which is given priority for admissions, and the QH Hospital will forward us every week the list of persons that they have waiting to be transferred to the geriatric hospital system. Unfortunately, we can only offer maybe about 115, maybe at the most 130 admissions a year. And of course, those admissions are dependent upon beds becoming available due to death. The alternative care of the elderly program has been introduced in the past to address this situation, and it has helped significantly. But of course, we still need to do more. Now, at the QEH, the older persons that are waiting are classified as elderly for care, EFC. And these are persons who have completed treatment within the hospital, are ready to be discharged, but cannot be discharged quite often because they either do not have the support in the community to, help them to transition back to the community, or their relatives who will indicate that they can no longer provide the care that they once provided for these individuals. The numbers, it fluctuates. Currently, there are approximately 25 old elderly for care at the QEH waiting to be placed. And there's also a list of young disabled persons waiting for placement as well. Right now, bed capacity in the long-term care system, the district hospitals offer about 500 beds. In total, the alternative care of the elderly program currently approximately 140. And as it relates to the long-term care beds in the private sector, that I do not have, but I can tell you that there are over 60 homes, and the bed capacities range between 5 and 25 beds. Right, so I'm going to mention some other important areas, which need to be considered. There is inadequate home and community-based care for older persons. This is where we can support the older person within their own homes and within their own communities. We do have services that are like the home care service that's provided by the National Board. However, that does not that only provides certain services. It cannot provide all the services that the older person may require. As I mentioned earlier, the inadequate rehabilitation services, if we do have a good rehabilitation program available in Barbados, we can improve discharges of some of these older persons who are in hospital, and those that previously lived alone but needed that.
See when you got today, or you still have this lady?
Well, I put it online, but I haven't heard anybody respond to it, say that they.
Somebody mute the speaker. Oh Lord, hold on.
who are being cared for in the psychiatric hospital do need to have the psychogeriatric approach applied. Regulation of the public and private nursing homes needs to be strengthened, and as it relates to the need to make sure that these homes are closely monitored so that they can continue to meet the required standards to be licensed, and of course also provide the quality of care that is necessary for their residents. And of course, the last point that I will make is as it relates to training and retraining. Training and retraining is required for all categories of health workers in the field, especially those working in the field of geriatrics and gerontology. And that goes from the managers right down to the persons who work on the grounds providing maintenance and upkeep. It's important because those persons, if they have a better understanding of why they need to do what they've been asked to do, I think we will get better compliance and an improved overall service delivery for the older persons. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Ramsey. Apologies for that break during your presentation. For some reason, your microphone went on mute. I stopped the presentation momentarily to see if I could get your volume back. So we do apologize for that little break. So thank you very, very much to both Mrs. Turton as well as Dr. Ramsey for those presentations. What we want to do now is invite some comments and discussion around what we've been speaking about so far. There's been several comments in the chat as well, so we're going to bring some of those into the discussion. What I will say to those of you who are on Zoom, if you would please raise your hand, we'll see your raised hand and we will let you into the chat for the to allow you to raise your point in the discussion. At this point, perhaps we can start with one of the comments from the chat. Suzanne, could you let us know, because I know we have several comments from our chat. Could you let us know what our people in Facebook and YouTube world have been asking us?
Sure, Janice. We had the first comment came from Lisa on Facebook. She said, when will retirement homes, nursing homes, senior citizens homes be open again for both workers and visitors alike? I worked at a senior citizens home, a nursing home, as a social therapist, and I haven't been to work since March 13th. So will you be able to tell me when places like that will be open again, please?
I'm sure that is a big concern for many in this, COVID experience. Thanks very much for that, Lisa, in terms of your intervention. Not sure if anyone from the ministry and our panel can respond to this before I bring in our next guest who has their hands raised. Does someone from the ministry want to respond to that at this point?
Yes, I will respond.
Thanks, Dr. Ramsey.
Most nursing homes that I am familiar with are allowing visiting, but of course, taking into consideration the COVID-19 protocols. The way how we visited and accommodated visitors in the past cannot be accommodated at this time. But most nursing homes, certainly the district hospitals, allow visiting, but with restrictions which need to be complied with. As it relates to providing, social activity, right? Again, that would have to be weighed, I believe, by the particular facility as it relates to exactly what is being offered and how, I guess, it can be offered. So that is something that I believe you should address with the facility in question.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Ramsey. We have a hand up in our Zoom chat here from W. Lord. I'm not sure if W. Lord is male or female. W. Lord, if you would open your microphone, you can raise your comment or question now. Go ahead. We're not hearing you yet. I see your mic is open, but we're not hearing you yet. If you're having trouble with your microphone, maybe you want to put your comment in the chat then, because I can see that your mic is open, but we're not hearing what you're saying.
Janice, I did have a comment from W. Lord earlier, so maybe I could just read what that person had said.
Yes.
The comment was that those elderly for care being left at the hospital is...
I'm sorry, Suzanne, could you unmute yourself, please, and go again?
Sure. The comment from W. Lord, those elderly for care being left at the hospital is a sad form of neglect. However, it is also a burden on the healthcare facility, which can cause a domino effect where sick persons can spend long periods in the accident and emergency because of the availability of beds. We need to address this in a way that the pensions of those abandoned citizens can be directed to an appropriate facility where these citizens can be housed and cared for.
But W. Lord, thank you very much for that very critical intervention. And if there was other comments, if there were other comments you wanted to add, if you would put them in the chat, because we were not hearing you as you were trying to speak. Does anyone on the panel want to respond to this, or shall we give you another comment that we have? We have several in the chat. And I'm still looking for raised hands here. People are maybe feeling a little shy this morning to talk. I can't imagine why. I know that this is a very hot topic for many people who are present with us right now. The issue of abandonment, Dr. Ramsey, any comments on that?
My only comment would be that abandonment is it's complex, and each individual, I believe, will have or a number of different individuals may have different circumstances. So one needs to be careful in making the blanket comments in that there are people who feel there's some persons who have not been able to care for the older persons who would have needed acute care, and they feel very depressed and sad and embarrassed because they believe that now everyone looks at them as abandoning the older person. So there are some people who abandon for sure, but there are also persons who really can really do no better in that. And that's where we really need to, strengthen our systems, in Barbados on a whole, in helping to stem, the flow of persons who are being abandoned or who are being left or who are not being collected from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital.
Thanks so much for that. We have someone in the HIV/AIDS conference room because we're in more than one location today. This is truly, across the island and beyond experience. So the person in the HIV/AIDS conference room, if you are already at the microphone, if you would please bring your comment or your question. We're ready for you.
Good morning. My name is Roseanne Richards, and I'm representing the Bar Association of Barbados. And I would like to speak to the issue of legislation. While there are some pieces of legislation that you can turn to seek legal assistance for the elderly, I am in total agreement with the need for a new piece of legislation to provide for our elders, our protection, our social protection, even if it is called something like um, elder affairs and social protection legislation, but it would allow the elderly persons to seek redress in relation to the several issues that they have. Right now, I'm aware that there's a mental health act that we can go to if we're looking at issues of dementia. If we also have elderly persons who get pension, you can look at the national insurance legislation. But I think that the National Assistance Board legislation, which is as old as 1969, which would have been come into effect to deal with um, things that the National Assistance Board presently address, is now inadequate as it speaks. As we grow, as our population is aging, there's much more that needs to be done to address the issues associated with that. I also think that some elderly persons might not be able to afford the cost of legal services, and I would like to suggest that the Community Legal Services Department and their legislation be amended to give them more scope or give the elderly opportunities to seek legal redress through the legal aid services. I'm also thinking that in relation to the private daycare system, I know that there are regulations right now where the Ministry of Health regulates the provisions or look at the provisions as it relates to those senior citizens or residential services as they are private. But I'm thinking that the Ministry of People's Empowerment through its National Assistance Board, they need to be a part of that regulatory framework that in terms of providing information and solutions or working along with the Ministry of Health to deal with those services. I'm also in agreement with what was said by Dr. Ramsey in terms of training and retraining. And I also think that much more needs to be done as it relates to the abandonment of our elderly that happens at the QEH. Someone that was in chat before mentioned the fact that the probably pensions of the persons who are left there, those monies could be put somewhere else. But I am also thinking that government could work alongside the private daycare or residential care owners, where at least 2 beds per private daycare or private nursing home be left apart and separate, so that if there are emergency admissions that have to be done, at least a space is there where there's no space at the geriatric hospital or the district hospitals. And I'll stop there at this point.
That is quite a list, and an impressive and extremely important list. We are going to be going into group work subsequently, and several of those issues need to be picked back up to be discussed further. I do recognize here in the chat that Jane Armstrong wants to speak, but she can't get her hand up, so I'm going to bring Jane in now. Want to say thank you to Ms. Lord, who pointed out that it was a female working with the QEH, so thank you for your earlier intervention. So we're going to have Jane. Jane, you can open your microphone and get ready to speak, and then when you're through, I'm also recognizing the hand of the Chief Medical Officer, Kenneth George, so that he can also speak. So Jane, you go on next, and then we're going to have Kenneth George, and then some responses perhaps from our panel. Jane, are you ready? Is your microphone open?
Yes, I think so.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Jane Armstrong, and I'm representing the Maria Holder Memorial Trust. So we're coming to this as a donor. First of all, I'd like to really welcome the initiative of the conference. I think it's long overdue. And thank you to the presenters this morning. I really wanted to enforce the idea of training. We did a review of older people in Barbados back in December 2017, and we carried out that review because one of our target groups is older people and vulnerable people, but specifically older people, because we recognized that that was an issue, a real issue in Barbados, and because we wanted to use some of the funds that we have in supporting projects that would help older people. Now, we had found it difficult to find projects to support, and that's why we brought in a consultant to do a review. And one of the key things that came out of that review was training. And training, Dr. Ramsey had said it's across the board, indeed, managers, nurses, and so on, but particularly the nursing auxiliary staff, who are very key in working in the hospitals and the homes, and also in the home help program. And we're currently working with the Barbados Community College to try and strengthen the programs that they run for nursing auxiliaries, to kind of change the paradigm about how we see nursing for older people. So I just wanted to make that point, that I think that's really important, and it's about quality of care and service delivery. One other point is about data and the need for good data. There are some data that are being quoted, but it's usually from the 2010 census. You know, that's 10 years ago now. So we need more good data, and that comes back to the donor perspective again, because if you're trying to develop proposals and projects to support older people, you need good data in order to justify your proposals. So I think another key question for everybody when we're looking at this is, how is it all going to be funded? You know, we come up with some great ideas. I have in front of me the National Policy on Aging, which was produced in 2012, and I don't know what came out of that really. And I do really hope that a new initiative, you know, will put forward things that people are interested in and that people will fund, and somehow, you know, we'll be able to get funding to make this a more meaningful exercise. And thanks very much for listening to me. And I look forward to everybody else's interventions.
Thank you very much for that, Jane. I'm going to invite Dr. George to make his intervention now, and then we're going to pop back over to our HIV room where someone wants to make an intervention, by which time then I'll ask for input from the panel. Dr. George, are you ready with your microphone open?
Yes, so thank you very much. And let me first start by complimenting the organizers of this important dialogue, particularly the hardworking persons within the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. There are three issues I would like to highlight, which I hope will be delved into in more detail during this meeting. One, the first one is, if you do a root cause analysis, there are serious housing issues with respect to the elderly in Barbados. And the housing issues do not run the complete scale of what, as a progressive country, we should really be offering. So for example, we need more independent living, we need assisted living, we need, yes, more nursing homes, but I think we need to move away from the concept of long-term institutional care and more towards community-based approaches that embrace assisted and independent living for seniors. That's one. The other issue I would like the group to touch on is addressing the specific gender issues surrounding elderly persons in Barbados. Women take the burden of the economic costs. Women are more likely to be poor and indigent. They are more likely to live longer. They are more likely to have diseases that occupy great concern for most of their elderly life. So we need to make sure that there is a gender aspect that comes out that is clear. There are also some specific issues that deal with gender in males that are elderly. We see quite a few more abandonment of males within our geriatric system. And the final issue I would like the group to touch on is the burden of NCDs in the COVID environment. Many of you know that NCDs tend to occur more frequently in persons greater than the age of 60. Our records indicate that of the 7 persons who died since the outbreak of the pandemic on March the 16th, 2020, 6 of those 7 had a chronic disease, and 6 out of those 7 were elderly over the age of 60. So we need to have measures, whatever those measures be, to make sure that our elderly are kept safe during a pandemic, whether that may mean access to quality care, including medicines and vaccines that are currently being negotiated on the international market. I will stop here for now. Thank you so much.
And thank you very, very much for those interventions, Dr. George. Again, very critical comments that we need to reinvestigate and interrogate more thoroughly as we move forward in the meeting. Of course, now the chat is heating up and several people are indicating that they want to speak. I'm popping back over to the HIV/AIDS room, so I hope you guys are ready to comment. Some people indicate that they're having a challenge with their raise hand feature. I'm not sure. It may just not be enabled in on your system. We are going to have to start wrapping up the discussion soon so that you can have the time to really get into the issues in the breakout groups. So are we ready in the HIV/AIDS room with your comment, please?
Good morning. My name is Faye Paris, and I am from representing the Barbados Community College. I just want to speak to the issue of training. And I, as mentioned earlier, I recognize the importance of training in impacting the service delivery that is provided to the elderly. So at Barbados Community College, we have several layers of training for persons in geriatrics, where we just commence a new program in auxiliary nursing, where we partnered with Sagicor, and we are including a new aspect within that program where we focus on customer service, and we do within that auxiliary care, we are providing education so that persons can work in any aspect of geriatric care, whether it's in the community, in the hospital, in the person's home. We also have geriatric components to our nursing assistant program and our RN program. And we have also launched a post-basic geriatric program that we have at the college, which we ran first in between 2012 and 2013, which addresses advanced needs of the elderly. So for nurses, we are preparing nurses to be able to recognize geriatric idiosyncrasies and syndromes so that they can care for persons, provide advanced care to bridge that gap between what is done for the younger adult and the older adult. So we are looking at those areas. Within that program, we don't only look at the geriatric aspect, the illness aspect of it, we cover the entire gambit of gerontology, where we look at the community, we look at health promotion aspect, and we also look at case management. So one of the things that I noticed that has been initiated or placed emphasis on is the community aspect and putting more auxiliaries within the community to bring geriatric care to persons within their own homes. And we recognize that within that program and are preparing nurses to be able to be case managers within the community so that they can help to impact and plan care and provide adequately for the needs of persons within that community. This is my contribution. I thank you very much for listening.
And I thank you very much from that representative from the community college. I'm going to take one more comment, and that's from Gloria Harper, who said she wanted to comment, but her hand feature wasn't working. And then I'm going to go back to the ministries of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, as well as Ministry of Health for any responses before we go then to our next task. Don't worry that you haven't been able to make your intervention at this point. There are going to be other opportunities. So Gloria, is your microphone open? Are you ready to speak to us?
Yes, please. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Kamabach and everyone else. I just wanted to say that I'm going back to the issue of persons abandoning the elderly at the hospital. And I am not making excuses for them, but I think that there are deeper underlying issues that we need to take a look at. I know that some families, they are not only overwhelmed with having to take care of them and juggle work and whatnot, but some families are facing serious financial issues in having to take care of the elderly. And I think that we need to look at that a lot more and see how we can assist those persons in that matter. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Gloria. And I'm turning back now to the ministries, respectively. We've had a number of concerns and some recommendations of things that people would like to see happen. Our legal representative raised several critical issues, as did Dr. George, the representative from the Barbados Community College. That issue of abandonment is a hot button today. I think that's going to come back at us several times. Everybody's saying that it has to be unpacked. There are many underlying issues. From the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, is there anything you want to sort of put forward at this point before we move forward with the rest of our agenda for today? Dr. Ramsey, is there anything you want to respond to? This is your opportunity. Perhaps People Empowerment wants to go first?
Thank you again, Dr. Kamabach. The ministry, we would like to really move forward with legislation because we understand that that is what has to happen so that we can put measures in place to ensure that the rights of the persons, elderly persons in our community are respected, and that we will have mechanisms in place to address any untoward action that may take place with them. We are also working in collaboration with PAHO and the Ministry of Health to produce an updated policy as well as a strategic plan of action, which would take us forward because, as we would have indicated earlier, the whole landscape as it relates to aging, that is changing. And it is going to, it's going to be a bit worse as time goes by. We're saying that they're getting older and there will be more older persons and we need to provide for them. So we would go the way of legislation as well as to have a new policy which will be current and fit into the times that we are in.
Thank you so very much for that, Dr. Ms. Sturton. Dr. Ramsey, please, any responses to what we've heard so far?
No, I don't have anything else to add at this time. I think we have a lot of a task ahead of us, and I would like to see again the outcome from this meeting, and as Ms. Sturton would have alluded to, a new policy with actionable points that we can act on to make a difference.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Dr. Ramsey. What I would like to do now is explain the rest of the meeting and how we're going to move forward to everyone present, because we've just sort of skimmed the tip of the iceberg. These issues are significant and we really need to get into talking about them. The idea, though, is that we don't just sort of just keep dropping them in an open forum like this and not get a chance to go into detail. What we want to do is that we want to be able to have you talk about them in detail, pretty much in the same way as you would do if you were in a workshop and you got sent into breakout groups. So literally, that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to explain how you're going to go into breakout groups and go into detail on all of these issues and the many, many others that you have not had a chance to put out there as yet. I trust that everybody's seeing my screen. Essentially, this workshop is to allow people to share their experiences. And we have practitioners, we have representatives that would consider themselves part of the elderly, we have varying caregivers, we have a diversity of people present with us today, and they have experiences that are critical, as well as recommendations for how we can improve the provision of services to the elderly. So you've been pre-assigned to breakout rooms. Don't panic. I can move you if you do not like the room you are in. And you're going to be given a theme. I'm going to tell you what those themes are very shortly. And you're going to undertake a set of activities to discuss all of these issues. A very important task is that every group has to identify someone to report back to plenary. So the very first task when you get into those groups is that I want you to determine who is your speaker. Now, a rapporteur has also been assigned to each group. And do not assume that the rapporteur is your speaker. Your speaker is separate from your rapporteur. Your rapporteur is just keeping the notes for you. In those groups, I want people to try to keep their comments concise because we want everybody in the group, and there are roughly 12 to 15 people in each group. We want everybody in the group to have an opportunity to share their perspectives. As I said, you're going to be given a theme, and each theme has some challenges associated with it, as well as some possible solutions. These initial ideas have been provided by representatives of the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elderly Affairs, as well as PAHO. So your tasks, your mission, is that you're going to review the challenges that we're giving you. You're going to look at the solutions and you're going to add to them. And then you're going to try to prioritize what you think will be the top 3 initiatives that, you know, rise above all of the others you've identified. So for each theme, you're going to get a set of challenges. And so the theme might be physical, it might be physical health problems among the elderly, or it might be care facilities for the elderly. And several of the issues that you've already begun to mention are the challenges that we want you to discuss. And your rapporteur is going to be recording everything that you have said. Once you've exhausted the challenges under your themes, then you're going to start saying, but you know what? We need to fix these things. How do we fix these things? And we start looking then at solutions. What are the types of initiatives that we need to develop in Barbados to address some of these things? We've already heard about training. We've already heard about data collection. We've heard about legislation. Comments are already coming out. For every challenge that we identify today, we need to begin to look at solutions. And then based on the solutions, you're going to prioritize them. So priorities might be, it's something that's easy to do. We don't need a lot of money or other resources to do this. That gets an E. This is something that is so urgent that if we don't do it, it's at the root of several of the challenges, and we're going to have this problem over and over and over again. That's the urgent criteria. Or then we have the criteria that meet several needs. You know, if we do this thing, it can fix a lot of things. So that's the M criteria. And then there's the P criteria, which is, if we do this one, a lot of different people can play a part in fixing it, which is great. So we have criteria: easy to do, really, really urgent, can solve several things, can involve a lot of people. And you're going to take your solutions. I'm going to revisit this, don't worry. We're going to take your solutions and you're going to prioritize them using these letters, and we're going to come up with the top 3. Now, I know I've confused you, so let me step back. Your 5 themes. Your 5 themes fall as health and healthcare, social environment, physical and built environment, financial and economic issues, and legislation. You begin to see how several of the things that you've already begun to raise in our discussion this morning have already been identified for discussion in these breakout groups. So under healthcare, we have issues of physical health challenges. Dr. Ramsey mentioned some of those. We talk about dementia, psychological health challenges. There's several of those as well. Then we have the issues associated with the facilities. We have public sector health facilities, we have public sector acute care facilities, and we have private sector care facilities. And they all have several challenges that they are facing. And then in the social environment, there are the issues associated with home and community care. People who are still at home and need assistance. How is the community going to play a part? The Barbadian culture. Someone spoke about death and how we feel about death. How do Barbadians view death and deal with death? And Sherlyn, during her presentation this morning, talked about abuse, the sad story of abuse. and the fact that we're concerned about abuse. And then we have the physical and the built environment. How are people who are getting older able to navigate getting around their homes or getting in and out of their homes? Public sector housing. If we're talking about the need for assistance, do we have enough opportunities for the elderly who can't stay in their homes anymore to go somewhere else? And of course, also the issue of homelessness. And then we have the financial and economic issues. There's several financial challenges that are raised by that are experienced by our elderly. And therefore, we want to talk about those financial challenges. People were talking perhaps about using the pension to facilitate some things today. Can those pensions work? And then we have the legislation. What is that legal and regulatory framework that needs to be in place to make all of this work? And also, how does the legal and regulatory framework deal with issues such as abuse? So what we're going to do is that we're putting you in these 5 groups. And you are literally in your 5 groups discussing all of the challenges associated with every one of those issues, okay? We are going to give you some examples to start the discussion, but I don't think y'all need much help. You've already started the discussion yourselves. You're going to not just dwell on the issues. I know how much we want to get off of our chest the concerns that we have, but we also have to move from this is a problem to this is how we think we can fix it. And the many, many ways in which we believe we could try to fix it. And then, as I said, let's prioritize them. We can't start with everything. So if we're going to be trying to move forward, then we have to decide, where do we start? And these are just some criteria that can help you prioritize your issues. Now, I said to you that I would have you in breakout groups. And what that means is that I'm literally, with a click of a button, going to have you in a breakout group very shortly. Literally, I am going to click a button. You are going to disappear from this space and by magic appear in a breakout group. There's a rapporteur there and there's a facilitator there to help you in that breakout group. When you get into your groups and you want to shift, it's not a problem. I'm going to be coming to each group and I'm going to make sure that everybody is in a group with a topic that they are comfortable with. I pre-arranged you as best as I could in the sense that we had a situation where we had some of the names of the people who were coming to the meeting, so I knew where to put you based on where, you know, what you do. But then there were several people who were not on my list that I saw in the group this morning. I thought, okay, I'm just going to put them in groups and then I'll move them as necessary. So I am going to put you in groups. I just realized that I actually had one more slide to share with you. So I'm going to share this with you now. And the first one is I can change you. It's not a problem. Just give us a few minutes and we'll move you if you need to move. You will see that there's a lot of overlap. Obviously, every topic is going to get to finances at some point, but we have a finance topic separately. Maybe every topic is going to talk about the issue that seems to be a hot button today, which is abandonment. And that's okay because these issues overlap. What I'm going to ask you is don't try to repeat and rehash the issues that we have on the topic for you already. Try to embellish and add, try to build out as many issues as you can. You will see from the handouts that you're going to be given in your group that we have some information for you. You may disagree with that information. That's okay. If anything is unclear, don't waste a lot of time trying to understand it. Just keep the conversation going, add your topics. But most importantly, and I can't emphasize this enough, we want to get a new policy on the elderly for Barbados. That means we need solutions. We want to identify the challenges, it is true, but we want to get to those solutions. So our next move right now is that I'm going to put people in groups. When I put you all in your groups, what's going to happen is that I will see who's not yet in a group, and then I will assign you to groups, and I will come to each group to see if you are okay in the group that you're in. I'm seeing messages with people who are saying they may have to go. I'm really thankful for your time. If you can come back and spend more time with us, we would appreciate it because this is a very important issue, but this is only the start. This is an initial dialogue to kick off a process. The ministry intends to continue this dialogue as they put together the policy, but they felt it really important to have as many of you in the room for this first effort. So be prepared to suddenly find yourself in a different space. Rapporteurs, I hope you are ready to screen share and put up the documents that you have to share with your group. I will be coming around to get everybody settled. So in the same way that if you were in a face-to-face setting, you'd now be getting up and moving to sit at different tables. That is what is going to happen. Give it about 5 to 7 minutes for everything to settle so that we can really get into this conversation, okay? We're going into groups now.
stuff like that. But I guess we can talk to the partners. Oh, freedom to sue the ministry. I really.
Hello, Barbados. Hello, everyone across the world. When I was, having such a great time at this very critical discussion, I saw that we even had persons from France tuning in, from all over the world. They've tuned in to see what is happening here at the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elderly Care. So we're currently having the breakout sessions, but we couldn't leave you, our very special, highly treasured virtual audience, out of the loop. We wanted to ensure that you guys had your feedback, your questions, and your discussion points answered as well. So I am here with none other than Ms. Sherlan Turton, who is the Senior Administrative Officer here at the Ministry. How are you doing today?
I'm doing you.
I'm fine, thank you.
You're enjoying the session thus far.
I'm totally enjoying it. Had such a fantastic time at your presentation. It was very well researched. I learned a lot, even more about the elderly and the state of the elderly here in Barbados. Yes. So we're going to deep dive more into that. If you are watching, you're here on Facebook, YouTube, this is your chance. Send in all of your commentary, send in your questions, comments, queries. We are doing it all at this virtual breakout session. So let's jump right in without further ado to the first question. So let's kind of, fast forward to reality. And we spent a lot of time in the presentations talking about, policies and things that would have been done before. Yes. But I wanted to speak more on the current situation right now with the ministry and COVID-19. I mean, even if you have like a global, you look out into the world at the global landscape, 80% of the elderly in Europe were affected by the COVID-19 virus, definitely well over 95% overall. The elderly was definitely a key and critical pain point when it comes to COVID-19. So did you guys here at the ministry, did you find that COVID-19 really had an impact on the elderly here in Barbados? And if so, in what way?
Well, for us, what the impact that it would have had health-wise, that information will come from the Ministry of Health. Mm-hmm. For us, it was more the social aspect of it. Right. Bear in mind that they then would have been within their homes, mm-hmm. and those, they just lack that, the ability to interact with yes. persons, to socialize mm-hmm. and stuff like that. I don't know how much you know of the elderly, but some of them are so independent. Yes. They feel like to go out mm-hmm. and do their shopping on their own. Mm-hmm. They like to go and collect their pensions, and their groceries. Exactly. Yes. They like to go and pay their bills, do their own shopping and stuff like that. So I think that is where, we would have seen or heard, mm-hmm. I should say, a lot with them. We had a hotline established mm-hmm. where we gave them the opportunity to call in, to chat, and if there were any issues, anything that we could have done to assist them, things like that. We packaged maybe over 4,000 care packages. We did it. It was a group of us. We had some volunteers came in, and over maybe a week or two, we bought some stuff. We mm-hmm. also got some items as donations from Corporate Barbados. So let me say thank you to Corporate Barbados.
Thank you.
Yes. I find that over the COVID period that they really came forward, and COVID had its downs, yes. but I found it brought to a different side as mm-hmm. well. of persons. They were into giving, they were into assisting.
I feel like it brought, of course, it had its negativity.
Of course.
And, you know, rest in peace to over a million people died of COVID-19. And we send our condolences, on behalf of the ministry. We send our condolences. But definitely, I believe that COVID-19 really caused us to reach inside and really brought our humanity forward. And I'm sure, as you said, you saw a lot of that, with your drives and your initiatives at the ministry.
Of course. As I was saying, we packaged some items, and there were general care, Glucerna, Ensure, items of food stuff that they would be able to have a meal, to have something at home, because some of them they just could not get out to do anything for themselves. And it was really, well, I didn't deliver a lot myself, just a few things, but it was really heartwarming to hear that when the social workers go out and they came back in, and you would hear them saying how much, the people thanked them. They were so grateful.
That gratitude.
Yes, they were so grateful for the things that they would have received. But it brought to the fore that the constituents that we serve, meaning the elderly, they're extremely vulnerable on many different levels, because apart from the health challenges, the fact that COVID was exacerbated by health challenges, underlying conditions, like for instance the diabetes and the hypertension, because that came out in the presentation too that we had when we first started. The CMO, he mentioned that out of the persons who would have died, the majority of them, save one, who died from COVID, they had underlying conditions. Wow. So then you went more into protective modes where they were concerned. In our system, our National Assistance Board, where we start visitations and stuff like that, because you did not want to expose them. You really need to pay care and attention, and COVID also brought up their vulnerability. They're extremely vulnerable. It's the same thing if we had bad weather over the last few days, not to be able to get to them, for them to be able to get to persons. So, there's so much consideration to be given where they are concerned with the things that they can face. And the fact that the society is aging the way it is, we can't wait until we are flush in that situation. We have to start to prepare now.
And be proactive.
Of course, proactive, exactly. We have to start to put measures in place, because it will get, we're not, persons are not having children, to that extent. So then you might not necessarily be able to have that community care, have that generation coming up that will be able to look after grandparents and stuff like that. So we really need to start now to put measures in place at this very point for them. And we spoke of legislation when we were meeting before. And I think that is going to be extremely important, because, face it or not, there are some things, just as we had to have emergency orders to try to keep persons, I know I say try because it was not always successful, to try to keep persons off of the streets during COVID time, or when COVID was at its height, because we are still in the midst of COVID. I think that I really do believe that we have to put some policies in place, to put legislation in place to address matters pertaining specifically
to the elderly. And the thing is, I definitely want to, reiterate that point. I'm sure this is something, we heard this echoed throughout the sentiments in the chat. And, I love the fact that you highlighted the elderly's vulnerability. We actually have a comment coming in from Crisetta on Facebook, and she says, "Good morning." Good morning, Crisetta. I find that the elderly need more attention. They're being ill-treated physically, sexually, and financially. The elderly who live alone suffer sexually by younger males, and that needs to be addressed more. How is the ministry seeking to combat this? And before you answer, I think that's a really good, first of all, Chrisetta, thank you so much for that contribution. It's a really excellent point with regards to the welfare in a 360-degree way with regards to the elderly. And I think it segues into the point that you were making about legislation, like what is being done to protect the elderly, both physically, their sexual, physical welfare, as Chrisetta pointed out. Is the ministry doing anything at this point in time to preserve that protection of them in this regard?
Well, currently, the forms, the different and the myriad forms of elder abuse, it can spread a whole gamut. Those issues can often be addressed on the other pieces of legislation.
Right.
There's the Sexual Offences Act, there's the offences against the person, there's there are other pieces of legislation.
Yeah, you even have Section 11, of the Barbados Constitution that deals in general with human rights in general.
So it is covered, a lot of these things are covered under existing legislation. But we as a ministry, we really do believe that it is necessary for us to have legislation that is specific to addressing matters pertaining to the elderly. I had the opportunity to visit Singapore last year to participate in a conference of sorts in relation to strategies to promote healthy aging, because if you would research, you would see that Singapore is one of these places. When Singapore first started, we were supposed to be going along the same lines. It's just 100 square meters more bigger than Barbados is, but it is extremely densely populated. And they have a serious aging population, but they're very proactive. And a lot of some of what they have, some of what they do is enshrined in legislation. Like my mind comes immediately to a particular act where they have it written into legislation that you cannot abandon your parents.
Right.
It is called the maintenance of parents. You cannot abandon your parents. And then there's also one that deals with their diminished capacity, where they would put, if there is not a person in the family, some older people don't have living relatives, but you would entrust a person within the community, but there are lots of checks on balances written into that piece of legislation that would preclude the ability.
And the thing is, I want to pause here and speaking to our YouTube and our Facebook audience, how would you feel about that? Speaking about the Singaporean legislation that actually puts legal parameters on the facts and legal boundaries on the fact that you cannot abandon the elderly, whether it be at the hospital, which is a common case. And we heard a lot about that throughout the prior presentations. How do you feel about that, Barbadian public and abroad, about possibly in the future, if that could be actually a possibility that you could actually be imprisoned, fined, or both? wait to sign off. Yes. Go. All righty. We apologize for Mhm. Seriously. Okay, now the messages are going through. Yes, earlier. You're back. Okay. Thank you kindly for your patience. We are back again, and we were just discussing the skills, the volunteering of skills, just a continuation of Marissa's question with regards to occupational therapist. And the solution that we were talking about was that we would love, as government continues to form policy, is that skilled artisans of these crafts, like, occupational therapy, gerontology, all forms of geriatric care, we would love to hear even more from you. And I was referring to the president of the Bar Association, her comments this morning with regards to lawyers, donating more of their time to the elderly, as they may not be as financially adept to render their services and to purchase these services. And we were thinking that thinking and that train of thought could be transferred into, the care of the elderly as well, where occupational therapists and persons who are definitely qualified in this regard can volunteer your services as well. And this could be something small. It could be one person, even changing the life of one person. Yeah, it can change the entire trajectory of the community. So if you donate that care, a few hours out of your week, and then, as I said, you can definitely call, email, the ministry as well to give your ideas or just to volunteer and see how they can work with you to effect this change as well. So moving on quickly, I want to discuss more about policy and what the ministry has in store concretely. Earlier in the discussion, you mentioned the 2012 aging policy, and what is that in summary, and or have any initiatives been born out of that? Any strategies, any concrete strategies have been born out of that? Tell us what it is and what has come out of it to date.
Well, the National Policy on Aging, that was a collaborative effort between the ministry, other stakeholders, because as we continually say, it is not something we can do on our own. And it had addressed a number of different areas, basically the same thing: legislation, active aging, different things to keep them going, to take care of them. Coming out of that, we would have the thing that comes to mind, comes to the foremost, is the whole concept of active aging, aging actively. So even prior to the implementation of that policy in 2012, we wouldn't have started like the National Senior Games. We had about 18 iterations of that. So far, only curtailed this year due to the effects of COVID. It would have been on June the 1st, but by June the 1st, we were already, we were hard into COVID, so we had to forget about that. Then again, the persons we would have been catering to, again, the elderly persons. So that was, there was nothing we can do about that.
So did you find, though, that COVID really circumvented and really prohibited a lot of measures you guys would have put into place this year?
Yes, yes. We had plans, again, back in the Senior Games, and even bigger and better because we have revamped it from last year. We have brought other persons on board, persons from the Barbados Association of Retired Persons. We work with the Barbados Defense Force. We work with the Ministry of Health. We got new disciplines in. So we even changed the scene to live well, live long. And we promoted it as a it was family, fun, fitness, fellowship, fair play, a lot of S.
Yeah.
And we were trying to encourage the participants to come out now and bring their family, bring their friends, people to support them and stuff like that and cheer them on, because it is not about winning the medal. Right. It is that you can go out there at that national stadium, which probably I can't do. I don't know if you could.
Some of them are way fitter than I am. I will definitely admit that. Let's put that on record.
There were some of them that were so fast, right? That when they took off, you would not believe the ages that they were at. So we were really trying to, promote that and encourage more persons to get involved, because as you may be aware, activity helps to control or stave off non-communicables. And that is where one of our greatest dangers lie. When you have persons who are affected by non-communicables, the workforce can take a hit. It can take a hit, especially if they're being affected to the extent where they need to be on continual sick leave. They can't function, they can't do things. Worse, if that person happens to be sole breadwinner of a home, if through non-communicables they have an amputation, they have a stroke, whatever, you're then placing pressure on other persons in the family, because admit it or not, we want to give them care, yes, but there's still some things that we would require, that would be difficult for any person at any given point in time to say that, okay, I have to stop whatever I'm doing and take care of this person because X, Y, or Z has happened to them. So we recognize that and even before COVID stepped in, because these plans were in train since last year, that there really was a need to revamp that and to bring it more current, because we started to hear a lot more about the different forms of abuse. And abuse, I must say, is a very hot topic too, as much as abandonment is. Abuse as well. It's especially physical abuse, financial abuse, sometimes sexual abuse, really a very hot topic where the elderly are concerned. So we thought that we really needed to revise that policy and amp it up somewhat to make it current. And then now with the effects of COVID and the fact that we see that COVID, yes, I have challenges, but it can also bring about other challenges, isolation, lack of social interaction. They can't get up to move around as they would want and stuff like that. Mobility issues. So we recognize that, especially coming out of COVID, we really, really, really need to do something. So hence the reason why where we're at.
I know, creating this dialogue, open dialogue, and I love how you guys incorporated the let's ignore the facts of the technology. It was a little fluctuating. The efficiency was fluctuating today, but you guys really are, bringing this discussion into the 21st century. Engaging social media, engaging all the public and private stakeholders, and definitely just being personable and open and transparent with the public.
We have to, because we can't do it on our own. We need your ideas. We need your thoughts, we need your suggestions, we need your recommend. We just need to speak with you to get your take on it, because we will be dealing with it from a certain perspective, what we hear, but we will not hear all. We will not hear all. Sitting from where we sit. So we really are very highly dependent on, your knowledge, your expertise, your various skill sets to come on.
We need you.
Yes,
we need you. Yes.
Your skill sets and your various talents and stuff to come on board, give us ideas. We are open to your ideas. We need to have your ideas so that we can move this forward, because bear in mind, nobody wants to die young. We all want to age. So what you may very well find that you are doing is you might be preparing a way for yourself.
For yourself.
You might be preparing a way for things. Of course,
Yeah.
you might be preparing a way for things to be easier for you when you get to that stage.
Yes, guys, the solutions that we develop now will lay the infrastructure and the framework for Barbados tomorrow. So last question. She is an extremely busy lady, but before you leave us, for someone who's watching this live stream right now, they have an elderly person, let's say in the home or close by, what would be your top tip, just your top tip on keeping them preserved, protecting them? What is something that they can do, from your knowledge and expertise, just on their level, on an individual level, to be as proactive and as helpful to the elderly around them?
Well, straight off the bat for me, it is love. Plain and simple. There is no cost attached, nothing. Just love them. Let us start there. Apart from that, you can also pay attention to their physical needs, to their physical space. What I find happens on occasion is that we might be living with elderly persons, but we don't necessarily pay attention to their state of health and things that we will be seeing going on with them. So then you don't get the requisite interventions and in a timely manner. So then sometimes when you move or you decide to take them to the doctor, it is when things are at an advanced stage. So you need to, in loving your elderly relatives, the persons in your community, get to know them, observe changes in them, understand that, okay, well, so-and-so was, part of it was, yes, she's not eating as much, maybe she's
just recognize those signs, pay attention.
Recognize the signs, pay attention, and that would come with the love. Just, be cognizant of what is going on, reach out to them, get some help to them as is necessary, but just love them, talk to them, keep their company, engage with them, interact with them, help them wherever you're going. Mrs. Wiltshire, I'm going to the supermarket. Do you need anything today? Mrs. Wiltshire, I'm going to pay my bills. Do you want anything done today? And do it fairly, do it openly. Give them a call, a morning call or an evening call. You watch the news, something, just interact with them, and you'll be quite surprised how something like that, so simple, effortless, and that will not cost you one penny, how far that can go towards making an elderly person more comfortable.
Thank you so much for joining us. I am sure that you learned so much more about the Ministry of People Empowerment and definitely elderly care. We talked about COVID. We spoke about the policy, the aging policy. We spoke about the mandate now and in the future. And definitely we spoke on love. And love is something that makes the world go round. It is something that will definitely shape the future for our elderly to come. So definitely stay tuned. We will be back in literally a minute. With a fresh guest and a new perspective on elderly care here in Barbados. See you in 59 seconds. All right, we'll be back.
What's your last name again? What's your last name again?
And thank you so much. We are back here again, as I said, with a fresh guest, fresh perspectives. Everything here has been novel. Let me know when to go. Just let me know when to go. Thank you again for your patience. We appreciate you and your dedication to learning more about elderly care and elderly affairs here in Barbados. So if you are just joining us, welcome to all of our attendees across social media and here in Barbados as well. Thank you so much for spending this time with us. We appreciate you. I am joined by Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elderly Care, Dr. Jacqueline, the realtor. How are you?
Very well. Yes, very well. And thank you again for your patience.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
We really appreciate it. And we're going to jump right in once again to discuss one of the very pertinent issues. It was quite a hot topic addressed earlier today with regards to the elderly and the current COVID-19 pandemic. So one of the questions that was leveled in the chat was with regards to how is the ministry providing solutions for the elderly with regard to financial matters and services. So, for example, as most of us know, and a lot of you watching as well would know, we had to switch to a lot of electronic methodology with regards to navigating the financial landscape throughout COVID-19. So it looked like depositing at ATMs, ATMs only for all banking services, all statements were given online, which would be very challenging, I imagine, for the elderly, especially here in Barbados. So was there any strategy employed by the ministry to combat and circumvent this, or was anything done in any regard to help the elderly in this regard?
Well, you can understand, I mean, even before COVID, they were starting to feel a little excluded by the use of the technology.
Yes.
And COVID just compounded it.
Yes.
And therefore, they found that they couldn't pay their bills. They couldn't, you know, the simplest things, everything, the shopping that went online. And therefore, what we were trying to do is to work with them and with younger people who will be that go-between. Because I think that once you have someone who is, you know, is able to be patient and show them the kind of things that they have to do, they'll find it very simple. I know it took my mom, because she was on lockdown too.
Right.
So the motivation was that she needed to talk to us.
Yeah.
She needed to make contact with other people. And therefore, the things that she was saying before, I can't do it. Don't worry about it. I can't do it. She found herself doing it. And I think that it was just the patience of say, okay, see, Mom, you go there, you turn, look in the top right hand corner, you see there, yes. Try it. It's not going to break. Try it.
Yes.
And she was able to do that. And my mom is in her late 80s, going 90s. So if she could do that, I think there is a way in, a point of entry for everybody. It may be sports. They may want to follow the West Indies cricket team all over the world. And find the entry point that they could, you know, get comfortable with the technology, and then the other things will come. And of course, there are always programs that we could look at. We recognize that we're never going back to where it was before.
This is a new normal, ladies and gentlemen. New normal.
So what we have to do is find a way of existing and navigating the new normal. And it's come so fast. You know, that pendulum has swung so fast. Yes. One day it was this, and then it was the 28th of what, March?
March, yes.
And then it was something else, and now we are still into an evolving something else. So yes, we will make sure that we put programs in place. I think that some of them themselves will migrate out of necessity.
Correct.
And they will find themselves going to the ATM, because even now I go to the ATM rather than go to the teller, because it's the simplest way to go.
It's more convenient, you know, time-wise. Yeah.
There's no line.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the one way. And then of course, they will be ones that will never migrate.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to put things into place that they will, you have to accept that for a while, you'll have to be in a hybrid environment.
Yeah.
Where there's some people who, will probably never migrate. And what will happen is that if necessary, somebody will have to do that work for them.
Mm-hmm.
But the technology is, as you know, they accustomed for instance going to church,
Mm-hmm.
and they had to go to church online. They had to do everything online, even pay their offering online for some people. So and I have a friend who every Sunday morning, her mother gets up,
Mm-hmm.
gets dressed, and she puts on the computer and she sits in front of the computer dressed in her Sunday clothes, and she goes to church.
And I love the fact that you highlighted that youth, should be an intermediary between, generations and bridge that gap to help others and help those in the family. And I know there may be some young people that are watching or may watch this even as a replay, and you may be wondering, well, how do I fit in? How do I become a part, a link in this chain to create strength and, create infrastructure that can be secure for the elderly in my country and the elderly in my community? And just as, Dr. Wiltshire has said, you can help by actually showing your grandparents the way, or even an older person in your community. They may not be related to you, but we are all family by heart. I feel like this pandemic has joined, us all together and brought the humanity forward, as Ms. Turner has said earlier. And we're all joined by this common, pandemic and calamity. And we're all human. We're all humankind. And you can seek someone out and say, hi, my name is, let's go with Joe. Hi, my name is Joe. Do you know how to use the ATM? I can show you. I can show you. I can liaise with family members and take you to the ATM. Do you know how to log in to read your bank details online? I can show you that. I can help you. These are ways that people, we can step in and be proactive and actually work together with the ministry, as I would have, we would have spoken about with Mr. Turner earlier as well too. We also, as a community, we can work together to help and to spur this change forward, while the ministry works on the legislative and the policy side of things. We have our part to play as well, and it can be a beautiful union. Now, I'm really happy, as I said, and ecstatic that you brought up your people, because that also ties into a beautiful comment left on Facebook. I'm pulling it up right now. And guys, if you see me looking down, that's because I'm always checking to make sure that I do not miss your feedback, right? At all.
And I'm helping.
And she is helping. She has been phenomenal, just steering this ship. Every single player in this conference has been so fantastic, and it's been such an honor to be here. So definitely we are looking for some comments. So Rose on Facebook, she says, I think this is wonderful. I think we need to have more interactive sessions between the aged and the young. And I think this goes back to what you were talking about, young people, and even the fact that your ministry, yourself, the permanent secretary, yourself, Ms. Turden, all of you came together, and having someone like myself, a young person, a youth advocate, just speaking and discussing these issues and integrating other young people goes back to this comment that she's talking about working together. So, moving on from that to a related question that I had, is there any youth arm engagement with regards to the Ministry of People Empowerment and elderly care? Is there any right now? And is there any plans for the future? If there isn't any right now, is there any plans for the future to incorporate the youth in this movement and this push, to really bring the lives and to really improve the lives of senior citizens in Barbados?
Well, thanks for that question, because we recognize, as you heard all the time, that you have to go forward with this as it's everybody's business, because we're all going to be there. As long as we're alive, we're going to age more.
Correct.
And in this ministry, it is a ministry that's not only responsible for the elderly, it's also responsible for children and child protection. And therefore, we see that there's synergies in how we move forward with the intergenerational link. And I think that I think that we really need to put a lot more effort into that, because I think I am nearer to how my grandfather used to think than how my children and I think, because so much has happened in the last few decades that it has moved the thinking of the older persons from the younger persons into almost a polarized section. And we have to find ways to make that gap and to bridge that gap and to be able to understand each other. And I think that can only come if by interaction and finding that place in each person where it's a mutual respect. Understanding that I at my age, and you have to underappreciate that. I know that I at my age cannot see around some of the corners of life just because of the year that I was born.
Correct.
But you can see much further around that corner than I can.
Correct.
So there are things that
wisdom,
you can teach me, as well as I could teach you at the experiences that I have had. So you don't have to make them, because I made them. I made them.
And you're providing that wisdom, especially with older individuals and more mature individuals, to provide that wisdom to young people. And that's the beauty of marrying youth with this movement. And why I'm also passionate about this is because I'm an education advocate. I love young people. I do believe, and I'm happy that you really spoke about, just educating and bringing that awareness, because I truly believe that is going to be one of the most critical tenets of finding that situational homeostasis between young people and the elderly care movement. Because, for example, education. I always tell people my two favorite sustainable development goals are number 4, education for all, and number 17, which is the partnership for the goals. And, don't forget, guys, definitely send in your feedback on what you're thinking about this and what we're talking about. How do you feel about young people being a part of the elderly care movement? And I believe we're going to effect this through education. I believe that education is a direct conduit to awareness. And once you have that societal awareness and you're educated on how important the elderly are and how important individuals in senescence are, then they'll be more likely to want to volunteer and want to give back and really to contribute. With my program, the education program, is called the Gabrielle Gay Award for Excellence in Reading and Literacy Mentorship Program. And our mentorship program goes into the schools, right? Not only promoting literacy, but also promoting leadership and excellent character as well. And, I'm putting this on record that we definitely want to work with the ministry. We are in all participating primary, secondary, Barbados Community College, University of West Indies. We are regional and global as well. So it's literally, we reach over 100,000 young people across the world and right here in Barbados. And I want to bring those resources, to the ministry and see how we can partner to get young people fired up about caring about the ones, who came before us. Because I'm sure that you can agree, the elderly, they're the ones who lived through, post-colonialism. They fought for our rights. There were some, Barbados is only, 52 years old. These people were around from the inception, of what we know as young people, the identity of what we know Barbados to be. So I'm calling on you, young people. I'm calling on you, if you want to be a part, send a message, send an email, do what you have to, make a call. That might sound a little ancient, but make a call, because as you can hear from the, Deputy Permanent Secretary herself, they are interested in working with young people. So getting back to the question, if there's anything you guys have in mind for the future, are there any programs? I do know that a lady from the Barbados Community College spoke about training and training programs at different levels. She spoke about advanced gerontology, I believe, or advanced geriatric care. Is there anything that you guys have, any training programs, no matter how basic or advanced, that young people can get involved in, or how can they get involved?
Well, we don't have in the ministry, right? Because we don't really have that kind of training.
Right.
But we really would like to have some do some programming.
Programming, yeah.
Which we would involve the young people.
Right.
Particularly, I think now that the university has the Give Back program.
Yes.
We could have the part of their Give Back would be to, you know, do things, do activities with older persons,
yes.
learn more about older persons, and learn more from older persons. And I think that that is something that will help to sort of, you know, sort of bring those generations close together, because there's so many things that you can learn from. They have so many stories to tell. That, you know, they've seen so much, and therefore you'll find that even when if they could talk even to their grandchildren, you know, these stories that they tell, they're rich memories, and I think that is a program I think that I would like to see, because I would like to see, you know, more young people taking on, even adopting an elderly person who may or may not be a relative, you know, and to say, oh, you sit with them in church. What it is I can help you with, and or can I show you how? You know, can I show you how to do this, or show me how to cook cuckoo, or show you, you know, all the things that
bring the heart back to the movement. You know, and you know, I totally understand what you're saying. And wow, we are almost out of time. Let me check to see. Oh, we have another question coming through. Will the new national policy on aging address solutions for the sandwich generation, the phenomenon that has arisen where persons are both caring for their elderly parents and raising children as well? So will that address persons who are essentially, in a way, surreptitiously caught in the middle? They're raising children and they're also trying to find a way to take care of their elderly parents or family to avoid that abandonment that we were talking about earlier in previous sessions. Is something coming out in the future with the new national policy?
Well, it will have to, because it's a reality.
Yes,
it's a reality. Before, where there was the extended family, where you had lots of aunties and uncles. So if one was working, there's usually one who's at home
taking care.
Now that is everybody either is working, have their own lives that they have to obligations they have to meet, like the children, and now it's even more difficult, because with the children at home, you're having to already balance working with the new blended approach in education, and that can be difficult. And then, but you've got your mom that's up the road, and when am I going to get? And I think the policy will have to look at what the reality is, look at what the environment is as it stands today, look at what the experiences are telling us. I mean, a lot of it is anecdotal at the moment, and as we do more research, we'll be able to have more evidence-informed, you know,
more data in this regard,
right, to base our intervention on. But we can see that is becoming an issue that needs to be addressed, and we will have to do it. And I think that any policy that, you know, that means it's worth in salt, we'll have to look at what the reality is today, and what can we project. And we've seen the projections of what it will be like 2050, and then there'll be even more older persons. How can we make sure that whatever policies we put in are supportive, are aging friendly, and that there is not that, you know, that tug between being an older person and the younger person who's going on doing their lives and building their lives, really, and forgetting that one day they will be over.
They too will be over that chronological hill. Yeah, absolutely. And we are out of time. We are out of time. Our virtual breakout session has come to an end. But before you go, before you rush off, just one last question. So, you know, the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elderly Care, you know, the words that really stand up are empowerment and care. It's definitely a ministry that is catered to the heart. So for you in your tenure here, what has been the most heartwarming or the most poignant moment for you in your tenure here as Deputy Permanent Secretary, you know, that really made you feel, you know, this is why I am here?
I think when we started out 2020, we thought this is going to be our year. This is the year of gathering. We got this. We got this. It's planned.
Yes.
And then came COVID.
Yep.
And I think the way that I saw communities come together, communities supporting each other through a time that really and truly was unforeseen, unprecedented. I think that, that for me, when I saw how this ministry had to move in a way that it never had to move before. And I think that was, in fact, the time for me that showed me what real humanity is and how people forget what status they are, what positions they played, and knew that we had to help people because that is our job. That is what our ministry does. We reach out and we look after the most vulnerable. And unfortunately, the elderly, because of all, and COVID exposed them as the probably most vulnerable group. And that the way that we had to become what we had to become, to be able to be supportive and bring those people through the hump. They're not finished yet,
right?
But to bring them thus far and let them know that we're still here, even as they are, as they move forward, that we are still here to give them more support.
And definitely, and having discussions like this, where you reach out and create more visibility, both online and in person, as well simultaneously, getting that direct approach, and reaching on social media and in person to definitely create the awareness, the education, and the heart of the matter as we saw today. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been an honor and privilege to have you here with us, a privilege to have our previous guest, Ms. Turton, with us as well, Senior Administration Officer. We want to thank you, the viewing public, for your patience today, for your interaction today, for your enthusiasm with us as we journey through our virtual breakout session. And as both Ms. Turton and Dr. Wiltshire said, it is about the heart. Senescents and the elderly are a perpetual part of our society here in Barbados and across the globe. We want you to do your part. You can contribute positively to the future of elderly care all across the world, and it can start right now by contacting the ministry, leaving your feedback as you've been doing, and definitely staying in contact with us because this is the first and of its kind, of this unique kind, of this conference, of this unique kind, but it will not be the last. Thank you so much for joining with us, and we are going to connect you back now to the main room for the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
marathon session, and still it was not enough time by far to get through every single thing you wanted to get through. Good thing is that this is the start of a process. So whatever we are discussing here today, these issues are going to be further investigated, interrogated. We're going to go down through these various questions and issues and challenges. Now, I'm going to ask everybody to please close your microphones. I know I've caught you off guard. You've had several warnings, but I've brought you back from your breakout groups now, and I need you to be muted. So start muting yourselves, please, because we want to have one presenter at a time. I want us to start our afternoon presentations with our in-house group. We have a group of about 16 people who were gathered up in Warren's, meeting face to face, while the rest of us were floating around in virtual land. And they were doing the same thing as you were, but literally doing it face to face. And I'm told that their presenter is Kimberly Benjamin. They were looking at the issue of healthcare as well, health and healthcare. And so they were looking at physical and psychological challenges of health and healthcare among the elderly. And so we're going to ask that group to go first. Then we're going to follow that with the second health group, which was the online health group that looked at care facilities. Then we're going to have social, physical and built, financial, and legislation. That's going to be our order. Now, each presenter has 5 minutes, and I have all my little timer, so I will be asking you to stick to the time, 5 minutes. I know it's hard, because when you finish, then we want a chance for people to respond or raise a question or whatever. We won't do it after every presentation, or we'll be here until it gets dark, and I know we don't want that. Plus, I know some people who haven't been able to leave their desk to go and get something to eat are looking forward to being able to get up and move. So, yes, it is time for us to start our presentations. Kimberly, are you ready over there in Warren's to talk to us who are here in virtual land? And are you projecting yourself, or has someone sent me your presentation? Because I've been asking for presentations, but I have not seen any show up as yet. Talk to me, Kimberly. Talk to me, Dorian. Somebody let me know. I can see.
Unmute.
Yes, if the person speaking is on screen, Dorian Bess, then we're not hearing you because you're still muted. And we also want to know about your slides. Are you sharing your own slides, or have they been sent to me? Because I have not received.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you hearing me now?
I'm hearing you, Kimberly. Kimberly, are you sending me any slides, or is someone showing slides at your location?
We are about to send you the slides, just trying to complete the process now. I was asking, but I was on mute, whether there's another group that may wish to go in our stead whilst we get those slides over.
Perfectly fine. Wendy, is your group ready to go?
I think we are ready to go.
Can we share your slides from your location?
Jillian, could you please raise the slides for me, please?
Don't worry about making them perfect, and pretty. Everybody was under the same pressure today. So we know we have some typos and things. We're not worrying about grammar today. We're not about that.
Jillian is sharing?
Not yet.
So I can begin it. I guess you want to wait for her to.
If you want to start talking about the challenges y'all were discussing while she pulls up the solution slide, go right ahead, Wendy.
Anyhow, our group was looking at health and healthcare, C, D, and E, public health facilities, public sector, acute care facilities, and private care facilities. And we recognize that one of the challenges was that the ability to reach persons in the community was a key area for access. Persons, we're talking about persons in the community. We have persons in institutions, but we recognize that reaching persons where they are is one of the critical challenges that we are faced with. One of the other challenges I can remember that we also addressed was the area of legislation, and that they're quick to bit of pieces of legislation around. And although the example, the one for NAB focuses on the elderly, it needs to be updated. And certainly those were the broad challenges, but we had the individual areas which identified specific challenges. I know that I have 5 minutes. So therefore, in the interest of time, we looked at our areas of solutions under the guidance that was given with respect to easy to do, doesn't require any significant input or resources. You urgently needed, and M meet several needs and be participatory with opportunities. And we felt that it was critical that one of the solutions was advanced planning. And as when the slide comes up, you'll see it, it speaks to advanced planning. And we're saying here that there are a lot of services that already exist on the ground, but persons are probably working in their particular area. So geriatric hospital has a package of services that it offers to its clients and the families there. The Palliative Care Association has a package of services that they already offer, but it is to make this a comprehensive approach so that these packages of services that can be brought together to deliver and be shared with the public. So the persons who really access these services know about them. But what about the general public, the general public who does not know about this service? It is critical that these are brought to bear within the context of the public domain through public education sessions, through sensitization sessions, where the public can be made more aware of the services that are being offered out there and can be able to access them or refer persons that they are aware of. One of the other things that we felt on the advanced planning that did not require a lot, but because it was already there, is the programs that are already occurring in our ministries. For example, the Ministry of Health, Dr. George spoke to the program, the community support program that is being offered by that ministry, and certainly PS spoke to the program that is going to be offered through the National Assistance Board. And we recognize that those are already programs that are in train, and if they can be synergized so as to prevent to complement each other, that those are things that are already in advanced planning that can support going forward what we aim to do within the context of this particular topic. And I see the slides beginning to come up, so you can move Jillian to the next. Oops, this is the blanks. These are blank. Anyhow, the second area or solution that we recognize, and this came in each of the sections that we were presenting on, and this spoke to levels of training. Training was something that was repetitive throughout the theme, a repetitive theme throughout the discussion. And we felt that it was important that the training could be at the various levels. And I think this was mentioned by Dr. Ramsey in his presentation. At the operational level, within the context of the community, and this is for healthcare workers we are focusing on, at the operational level, we've talked about at the supervisory level and at the advanced level, because you can't have training at one level and not the other. And we said that the Barbados Community College, the SJPI, and all the other institutions that already offer the auxiliary, the nursing auxiliary program that supports the operations and support within institutions, but communities are there. The BCC already has started had a first cohort of nurses trained in gerontology and has indicated that they are continuing to do this. And this is critical for providing healthcare support in the area of gerontology. And I am aware that the university itself
right here at Caveville has a proposal for the advanced practice in gerontology as well. We are not forgetting the caregivers, because it is critical that there are persons who have elderly persons who have persons caring for them who are not professionals but are caregivers. And we felt that it was important that training and support for caregivers in the form of helping them to be able to continue to deliver that care with their own families, but also providing an area of respite that they can get a break is critical. So levels of training, but certainly support for the caregivers, the caregiver who is not a professional, to be supported within that context. I think I have 1 minute more. And as I move to the third area that we felt that this was already existing, was the legislation. This was a repeated theme coming up throughout our discussion. One of the issues that we touched on, and this was a major issue, where clients, elderly clients, may be cash poor but asset rich. So they have land and houses, but they don't have the cash flow. How can we manage this particular process? And we recognize that the legal system we need to find a way through the legislation and the legal system to be able to address this. And a very important point was raised by Ms. Hunt and then by PS about the fact that looking at the family court, what is the definition of family? Does it, and it should include the elderly client. So very, very critical that the legislation needs to address not only, and the court system needs to be able to address, how do we liquidate the assets? How do we manage the assets of persons? So these elderly persons who may not have the cash flow, but can get the assets to be able to give them the cash to be able to access the services and the quality of life that they so richly deserved. And I want to also pull on the point that was made earlier in the plenary open discussion when our colleague from the Bar Association identified a number of pieces of legislation that really seek to capture the elderly, but without necessarily direct reference to the elderly. Mental Health Act, the NAB legislation as it is, that needs to be addressed, to be brought forward within the 21st century. And certainly, I think there was a question about if there needs to be question of the elder affairs and social protection legislation that can cover all the areas that we are talking about. So that's it for this particular group. I don't think, and is there anything else from the group members that you want to add? But those were the areas that we were able to capture within the context of our discussions here in this forum.
Thank you so very much, Wendy. You got an extra couple of minutes, but that's because you went first, and anybody who goes first always gets a bonus. So we've had our first health group. I understand that my face-to-face group, who was also dealing with health issues, is now ready, and they indeed have sent me their presentation. So I am about to share their presentation. Kimberly, once you see your slides up on screen, which you should be seeing very shortly, you can begin your discussion now. You're seeing your slides, you can begin your discussion.
I'm seeing them. Thank you very much. Can we have the next slide, please? In this group, as you said, we're looking at health and healthcare. And in looking at the challenges, we identified with the challenges already listed, but we also expanded on those challenges. And one of the first things that came up in our very robust discussion was the challenge of health literacy. So currently, we're seeing that there's a lack of knowledge among persons taking medication about the medication that they're taking. And this is especially amongst the elderly persons. They're unsure of the names of those medications. They would tell you, well, it's a white pill, and that's all they can say. But that's not good enough, because it affects then the care that they can receive from the medical professional's point of view. There's also a lack of education and training in terms of the medical professionals as it relates to specific types of older persons, like persons living with dementia. There needs to be greater training and education in that area. And then we also pointed out a challenge as it relates to the prison and elderly persons in the prison. And this came up, this is probably a group that is often forgotten in the discussions, but it came up as an important challenge which needs to be addressed in terms of their specific healthcare requirements, as well as how do we reintegrate them into society when they leave the prison and so on. So those are challenges which were also highlighted. Another challenge that the group brought up was the ability to recognize those physical health changes in persons. So from moving from the normal position to an abnormal health challenge. And one of the points or indicators that was discussed was the fact that elderly persons may have a lower body temperature. And so what may be recognized by the average person as being a fever may go unrecognized in an older person. And so that's a challenge which has presented itself and which persons in the group would have discussed. There's also then an absence of, I guess, a registry of caregivers. So in the group, we would have discussed that currently in Barbados, there's a situation where there are several informal caregivers. And this presents challenges in terms of abuse, all types of abuse meted out on older persons. And so we felt that that was a challenge which needed to be highlighted. The fact that there's no real record of the informal set of carers currently operating in private homes in Barbados. Next slide, please. So, oops. Yes, so the list of challenges continue to grow as we discuss. We spent a lot of time there. We also highlighted the lack of, the inability amongst older persons to use technology, especially to conduct their day-to-day. This is particularly relevant in this COVID-19 era. And so most services have gone online, which tends to exclude those older persons. And this is relevant to health as well, because the inability to conduct your business causes stress and mental issues. Then they're having to leave their homes as well to try to do their business. And that presents itself with other challenges for them as well. We also said that sometimes older persons may not disclose or in a fulsome way their health challenges to their immediate families or even to doctors that they see. And so that becomes a challenge then in terms of being able to detect what's going on with them and to assist them from a health perspective. And of course, the rise in depression amongst older persons is also a concern and a challenge. And yes, and in our group as well, very robust discussion about the disabilities occurring in older persons, which then leads to depression, and which also in terms of malnutrition as well, persons having to care for these persons, but not knowing how to properly do that. And so that leads to malnutrition, which then leads to even more disabilities in elderly persons. Next slide, please. So after our very robust discussion of the challenges that are facing elderly persons, we came up with several solutions. Here we've listed the top 4 solutions. So again, health literacy, improving health literacy. So knowing your medication, and we wanted to include there the need for nutrition literacy. So there's a challenge, as we would have mentioned, with persons going into the supermarket and being able to identify quickly nutritious foods. And so for the elderly, sometimes there are visual challenges. And so we need to ensure that the labels on food products are clearly visible and comprehensible for older persons. Once they're comprehensible for older persons, everyone in society can also understand them. We noted that solution was easy to do, urgently needed, and meet several needs, and would be participatory as well in terms of the priority ranking that we've been given. Another solution that I wish to highlight from the group is the need for public education and training. And this is particularly in relation to those formal caregivers and informal caregivers. Here, though, the group was careful to make a distinction in terms of the type of training required. We wanted to make a distinction between older persons and older persons living with dementia, because the level of training in order to deal with those different persons should be considered in a training program. And we noted that that particular solution was, again, easy to do, urgently needed, meeting several needs, and participatory as well. In terms of our third top solution, we thought that an amended registry of caregivers was important. And the amendment that we're proposing is ready to include informal carers so that they are accounted for in society and can be held accountable as well as it relates to proper care for older persons. And monitoring as well, thank you. And the services as well. And we are saying there with this amendment, this would include or should include regulations, protocols, and that subsidiary body of legislation to assist in the proper care and monitoring of our older persons in society. And our next solution included looking at the challenge we would have mentioned earlier in terms of the care of persons who are incarcerated. Now, this is to look at the specific care that they would require, reintegrating them into society when they've served their terms, and of course, the familial support which would come as a result of their reintegration into society. So we do acknowledge, though, that there's greater investigation that needs to be done here. Data needs to be gathered in terms of the numbers of persons that would fall into this category and how we can best address this particular challenge. But here, so far, we've noted that it won't be as easy to do as some of the other solutions, but it is definitely urgently needed and would meet several needs and would also be participatory. I believe that was it. I don't know if anybody in the group wants to add. I don't know if I have any more time either, but thank you very much.
You don't have any more time, but you definitely have hit on some very good priorities there for sure. I asked for 3, I got 4, so I guess we got a bonus. Dorian told me I needed to message him about turning back on speakers if I'm speaking. Lots of moving parts when you're not doing something face-to-face. Now, our next group is the legislation group. I do have their PowerPoint. I'm about to cue it. Bear with me. I have to do a little bit of, what do you call it now? I'm doing IT and everything at the same time. So I'm going to bring up, excuse me, I am going to bring up the PowerPoint presentation now for the
Janice?
Yes?
Is it possible for me to share the screen for that? Because some editing was done.
Yes, go right ahead. Go right ahead. That's perfectly fine. Share screen from your location. Go right ahead now.
I'm sorry about that. We didn't get to.
Don't worry about it. You're good. Okay, and please, there are people who have their microphones on who are not currently presenting. Please, we're asking you to mute your mics. We don't want that feedback in the background. My legislation group is ready to go. It's your time. Starting now.
Okay.
Who's our presenter today, please?
Jane Armstrong. Hello, you can hear me now? You had muted.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was trying to mute someone who was making background noise. My apologies. Go ahead, Jane.
Yes. Yes, it's myself, Jane Armstrong, with assistance from my colleagues as we go forward. We didn't look at, we stuck very firmly to the challenges that were listed, and we sorted out our solutions. I haven't seen these slides before, so it's a bit difficult going from slides that you haven't seen, but a list of challenges, the standards for institutions. Oh, that's better. Thank you. I can see it now. The standards for the institutions providing care for the elderly, both in the public and private sector, should be strengthened. lack of resources in ministries, more trained personnel needed, more funding needed, and regulation of public and private senior citizens' homes, nursing homes, needs to be strengthened with a view to keeping them operating to the required standards. So we were looking at the challenges and trying to see where the legislation could fit. So what's in the second slide, please? Okay. So we took 3 solutions from the first challenge. So solution number 1 was the inclusion of, well, we said here, in the National Assistance Act, separate provision for the elderly from those related to welfare recipients. So that was separating the 2 different points in the legislation, if people understand what I'm saying there, because there's 2 sets of legislation, one under the National Assistance Act and then under a Welfare Act. So they needed to be separated. Inclusion of training in future legislation. And again, that was about the previous group. Group 1 talked about training. We talked about training quite a lot, but we felt there that there should be legislation that lays down what training is actually mandatory for homes at all levels, from management down to right through the nursing. We talked here about legislation around housing and rental limits for seniors, no forced evictions, government provision of housing for seniors, more housing, sheltered housing, and government subsidies for rent provision, and also about provisions for renovating and maintaining seniors' homes so that they could stay in their homes. This also, we talked about legislating for safety audits of seniors' homes and recommending ramps and railings. That these things could be legislated. There could be a framework for that could be used. And all those above we thought were urgent and met several needs and also were participatory. And then more legislation, again, about standards for caregivers. And again, we thought that was all for easy, urgent, meet several needs and was participatory. We talked about legislation around the ratios of clients to caregivers, gender considerations, and standards for facilities, provision of recreational space, and ensuring that those type of activities are as mandatory as other ones around cleanliness and so on. And that social workers could help in this because they could be assigned to facilities to monitor it. We thought it was urgent, participatory, and would meet several needs. That's the Ministry of People Empowerment, and the NIS should be responsible for the issues around pensions of the elderly and how these should be redirected if necessary when people are admitted to institutions, and who should be responsible for those pensions. And that was participatory, urgent, and met several needs. And then adequate funding needed to be allocated to relevant ministries. So that was very key as well, and we wanted to highlight that there should be some form of legislation that mandates that funding and adequate budgets need to be allocated. Solution 2, and this was around awareness raising and enforcement of fundamental human rights of elderly persons. I'm not quite sure. Yes, and we said all 4 for that. Also, legislation could enforce penalties for abuse against the elderly, and there's been a lot of talk about abuse today, so we felt that was urgent and participatory and met several needs, but it wouldn't necessarily be easy. Provide services for victims of elder abuse to include counselling, rehab, accommodation and support services, urgent, participatory, and met several needs. Again, legislation around seniors in the community are visited by officials, and earlier we had talked about having social workers to visit community homes. And then also we talked about registers of seniors and their needs, and this could flow from the COVID registers that were done of vulnerable people, also speaks about data collection, etc., and is again something that could be put into legislation that this was required. Also policies to ensure Meals on Wheels. We thought that one was easy. And then we also talked about the Domestic Violence Act and whether within that act there were provisions for senior citizens, and that should be looked at, and that met all 4 of the criteria again. Solution 3 was about pensions and the difficulties around pensions not being enough for people these days, and whether or not pension reform was needed. And we did talk around reviewing the basket of goods particularly for older people, and collaborating with the BADMC, making sure that the proper produce, healthy produce, was available for seniors, and that met all the criteria. And we also thought pension reform was now needed, but that wouldn't be easy. It met the other 3 criteria, but it would not be easy.
I think that's it from your group, yes?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, I didn't allow, I was trying to get through in the 5 minutes. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to come in. Did I miss anything?
There's no more time for your group at this point. We have to move on. We do have 3 more groups to hear from, and we need to have some feedback. I'm going to ask the groups to try a little harder to stay within the time I've asked of 5 minutes. So if the social group would come now, I do have your PowerPoint. I'm about to cue it for you. So I'm going to have your PowerPoint on screen right now. Social group. Not hearing anything from my social group. If you're not quite ready, should we go to one of the other groups?
I think so, Janice.
Okay, let me, since I'm not hearing anything from the social group, I'm going to take that down, and I'm going to cue physical and building. I was told that everybody was ready, but clearly that's not true. So I'm going to put up the physical environment slide now and share screen on the physical environment. Is someone from my physical environment group ready, and built environment?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, and there you go, Keisha, all at you.
Okay, so we dealt with the physical and building environment. Some of the challenges that were noted is that there were extensive house repairs needed, especially for the elderly, that even though these house repairs also these housing conditions also pose a threat to some healthcare workers. Example, the home health, and in some instances, it causes the service to be discontinued. Also, we realize that through the homelessness society, that some elderly who are actually homeowners are being kicked out of their homes and therefore becoming homeless. Other challenges we listed was the fact that centers, some hurricane shelters, nursing homes, they're not wheelchair accessible, as some of our elderly are suffering from NCDs. So there needs to be wheelchair accessibility for those who are amputees or for those who have physical challenges. Some of our solutions for these problems, we needed a universal list among the social service agencies. We realized that different agencies have partial lists of vulnerable persons, particularly elderly, who are in need of housing repairs. We realized that the welfare department might have a list, the ministry might have a list, but it is very fragmented. So there is a need for one universal list as it relates to elderly who are in need of housing repairs. Also, we wanted to suggest tax rebates or incentives given to landlords, homeowners as it relates to retrofitting buildings for the care of the elderly, also for NGOs as well. So given the current economic situation, we think that that might be something that is beneficial. We have that as urgent and participatory and also meeting many needs. Also, as it relates to our solution, we are stating that some building students at SJPA, BVTB, the Youth Advanced Corps, also the BDF, can also assist with repairs for the elderly. Also encourage philanthropy, as we will have past students of these institutions being asked to assist as well as it relates to housing repairs. We also noted that there is a need for sensitization as it relates to the elderly who are homeless. There is need for a particular consultation as it relates to those persons. And we noted that there is currently an MOU in process between the Homeless and Vagrant Society and the QEH as it relates to those persons who are now occupying beds in A&E, those elderly persons, that they can be accommodated at the society. Also, is noted that multi-agency cooperation is necessary as it relates to informing decisions on the elderly and housing. Also, it was mentioned that education needed to be of paramount in terms of educating our school-aged children and younger persons about the challenges facing the elderly, what to expect as it relates to them in their years, so that they would know where to go, what agency to turn to for housing solutions as it relates to those persons. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Keisha. Well done, all within the time frame that was given. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have two groups left. We have the social group and the physical group. I'm just not sure which group is ready to go. Can I have a signal to find out which one of you is ready to go? Physical or social? Either one of you ready? Sorry, that was physical with Keisha just now. So is it social and financial? Social and financial, who is ready to go? Somebody has to be ready. Is my financial group ready? They're very, very silent. My financial group was Deirdre as the rapporteur. My social group was Anne-Marie and Suzanne as rapporteur and co-facilitator. Can I hear from either one of you, please?
Janice, I believe maybe I've been asking who was assigned to be the presenter because of my difficulty and I dropped out. And I'm not getting a response. I was asking Anne-Marie if she would present. If
Okay,
no
we
one,
need someone to present. I'm bringing up the slides now. It was the very first instructions that people were asked to select a presenter as soon as they started. So I'm sharing the presentation now. So I would like to think that we would get somebody from the social group really quickly to begin to tell us, because time is going and we need to move forward. We're at 10 minutes to 2. We were supposed to finish at 2. We are past time. So if we could please have someone from the social group.
Okay, I have unmuted. If the slides will go up.
Okay, we're going to the solutions directly, so you can speak about the solutions. Thank you, Anne.
Well, the group had different areas that we looked at, but the solutions one was to the churches to work with the National Assistance Board to give guidance. This was one of the rationales for putting this, was that we need to find a national effort to be able to get to all of those persons in society, and the church is an existing structure. We had also said that there were other associations out there like BARP and other entities and social groups that are doing programs that could possibly help to escalate into the community. The solutions too was that we need to look at the legislative framework, and the point was made in terms of just as you have integrity legislation targeting the political and certain board members at a certain echelon, we also need to look, because of the financial abuse, that we should look at having a registry of persons and declaring of the assets, so that when people realize that they can be checked in the same way how a board director can be checked or a politician can be checked, that they could, in case of financial abuse. And this would help with the whole of the declaration of assets and to be able to trace elder abuse. We spoke about the power of attorney. We're not sure if this will come up in the legislative group, because once the person is deemed a patient, then you have to go through the whole onto the application under the mental health program. And this is extremely stressful for family members. It can also cause some person that the elderly person really wants to be the power of attorney, not be able to then continue that care and that responsibility, because in some ways it is like an undertaking where you undertake to act on the person's behalf, and simply because the person is rendered a patient, then that power of attorney is void, and then you have to go through a very, very expensive legal procedure, very time consuming and very stressful. And another group had made a point about the registry for service providers. We believe that this is very important, that we should have at the national basis. And if someone is looking to hire, that you would be able to hire a person who is listed, and that would involve being trained and accountability for, although even persons with people working in homes will still have to have all of those persons registered. And if you go out and you hire some person outside of those on the national register, well, then you would have to take any risk and all any other things that may arise. And we believe that it would also serve as a repository for information, so that all of the various studies and all the various good practices and best practices you can use, and persons could come and find programs to replicate in their community. This would be like a national overarching center to really help to build up the whole awareness that we need towards our aging population. And also, we believe that this registry will then have a long-term objective where we could begin to export helpers. Because if you have a cadre of persons who are properly trained, and we believe that coming out of this COVID, there are going to be a lot of needs arising for persons to be trained. Just as we have housekeepers going out to Canada now to work in hotels, we will be able to export persons to help take care of the elderly in homes or other places abroad. And solutions 3, everybody is talking about this in terms of training. For the cultural, we talk about recording stories. We talk about, I'm not sure if there are other slides coming up because we were quickly debating and went over to the General Assembly, but there was also the need to include GIS. And we said that the level of awareness that they brought to the COVID situation between February and March, the intensity, the level of penetration, that is the kind of penetration we need to really build up the awareness of caring for the elderly and associated issues. Are there other slides? Oh, that's the top 3. So the cultural, as I may have mentioned some of these already because I didn't see the full gamut. I just wanted to make sure that we presented. So is that it?
I think those are your top 3, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I can say that there's very rich discussion and there's some really key points that have been made that I'm sure when you're collating your notes, you would see that the points have been made.
Thank you so very much for that, Anne. Greatly appreciated.
Of course.
We've got someone whose microphone is open. Please close your microphones if you're not currently presenting. Thank you very much. We have one more group to go now, and that is my financial group. I'm bringing up your presentation right now. And I'm hoping that somebody will be ready to make the presentation now. The presentation, excuse me. The presentation should be on screen. You should be seeing yourself. You should be seeing your presentation right now on screen. Can we have the financial group, please?
Yes, please. I will be presenting on behalf of the financial group. My name is Dr. Sonia Pierce.
Go ahead.
Amongst the list of challenges that we were looking at making it easier for the elderly to become comfortable with technology. That's in relation to online banking, use of ATM cards, and also pensions being transferred direct to the bank, etc. We're also looking at financial abuse of the elderly by relatives or caretakers. And this usually happens through the diversion of pension, welfare funds, as well as misappropriation by use of or renting out of elderly persons' property. That's a major issue that takes place frequently. And also another challenge is clients' financial needs are frequently not met because their pensions are not being utilized for their upkeep. The pensions are sometimes used for the upkeep of the household or the personal needs of the relatives and the individuals living with the individuals. And this is just 3 out of roughly about 8 challenges we were looking at. So after some very fervent discussions, we had quite a few solutions, but these are the top 3 that we decided to present. The first was that and particularly when it came to financial abuse by relatives and other individuals handling finances of the elderly, one of the solutions we looked at was that asset managers should become more proactive in examining their elderly clients and give priority to financial distribution so that the elderly persons who have resources can have a better quality of life. And this applies to the insurance companies, for example, the elderly who have been paying their policies faithfully, and then all of a sudden someone else might decide to take a claim, or no one's checking in on them. No one is basically following up to see if the finances are actually distributed how they are supposed to be distributed on. The second solution is that we were proposing an establishment of a formal process that allows for persons to determine and state their financial care needs prior to senior years, as this will allow for the protection and distribution of finances. However, this will require a policy framework that involves stakeholders such as financial institutions, the MPEA, legal personnel, crime prevention, FIU, Ombudsman, BARP, etc. And this is basically a proactive measure, as opposed to waiting until an individual is at an elderly age and is dependent on their relatives and individuals around them to basically see how their finances are going and their caretaking needs, etc. this framework will allow for the individual to determine how their finances are going to be distributed, who is going to be involved, and basically who's going to be involved, and basically put everything in place so that when it is that they reach that stage where they are no longer ably employed, that there's no challenge when it comes to I receive my pension and it goes to the caretaker, or I receive my pension and I have the food or means available, or my assets are going to be distributed accordingly. There's little to no issues when it comes to how their finances are going to be utilized and distributed when they get to that stage. And also, I forgot to mention for the solution 1, it is seen as urgent and easy to apply. And also for the second solution, it is seen as an urgent measure, and also will take the involvement of some of the partners that I would have mentioned previously. And number 3, which will be in the next slide. Thank you. Right, and this one of the final top solution that we were selected from the array of suggestions that we had was improved education and awareness building regarding preparation for retirement, financial clinics, health and nutrition clinics, etc. This also allow persons to take proactive measures in terms of stating care preferences when they are still mentally and physically able to do so. And this persons who have financial capabilities but not sure how to adequately protect themselves. So basically the awareness and the education that is given, they will be able to, again, protect themselves from any financial abuse or any being taken advantage, not only by relatives, but by tenants, for those who have properties that are renting, for those who have, and also being able to state their mental and health needs early. They can put in place the care, the mental and health care that they will need when they get to that age.
Thank you very much, my financial group. That was to the point and on 5 minutes. So we've had some really swift and fast presentations today, scratching the surface of a humongous, absolutely humongous topic, I know for sure. Opening now for some discussion. We also had a couple of comments that came in from Facebook. One of the comments that came in was the fact that someone said that when they were young, the Girl Guides used to visit nursing homes and, do programs there. It was great for communication between the old and the young, and maybe we can still do this. That's in terms of thinking about solutions. And then another question was raised about the increase in dementia and its link to stress, and someone asking, okay, so what's government proposing to do to manage this issue? So throwing that in the pot, we're at and past 2 o'clock by 3 minutes when we were supposed to be finishing up, but I am going to allow a few comments or questions before I pass back to the ministry for our next steps. So if you want to say something, put something in the chat. If you can't, raise your hands. If you can raise your hand and use the raise hand feature, then let me see some raised hands in the chat. So do we have any raised hands, and do we have anybody who wants to make a comment, or is everybody now so incredibly hungry that they just want us to go away and work on this and bring it back another time? Do we have comments? Hearing a lot of silence here, not seeing anything in the chat. I want to say that this has been an amazing group. We started off as 68 people at our maximum, and we're at 54 now, which means that most people have stayed with us, which I think is indicative of the level of commitment and the level of interest that is surrounding this particular issue for sure. The fact that so many people have stayed, I know time is of a premium. You could all have been doing something else, but you're definitely demonstrating a commitment to this process. So going once, any hands, any comments? Going twice, any hands, any comments? So I'm thinking that we've been tapped out for the day and we should move on in the agenda. My next task is to introduce to you the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, which is Ms. Gabrielle Springer. It is very important to know what's happening next. This is not just a talk shop. There is intending to be output. And Ms. Springer is going to explain to you exactly what those next steps are going to be. I am going to bring up her slides right now. As soon as she sees her slides shared on the screen, Ms. Springer can share her presentation with you. If you have your microphone open and you're not Ms. Springer, I'm asking you please to close your microphone. Ms. Springer?
Thank you, Dr. Cumberbatch. Well, after a day of very, very rich discussions, the ministry, in collaboration with PAHO, is happy to share our proposed next steps. One, we recognize that aging is a cross-cutting issue, so therefore there must be collaboration, consultation, and participation across the various agencies and across the various sectors, public, private, civil society, including faith-based organizations, charities, CBOs, etc. We recognize that there must be continued stakeholder dialogue. So as you had correctly said throughout the day, that this is the tip of the iceberg. This is our very first conversation, and we plan to continue along this route as we work towards developing a policy and strategic plan in collaboration with PAHO. In pursuing that goal, we intend to set up a task force on elder affairs, which will facilitate the development of the policy, the legislative framework, and the strategic plan. It will support the implementation of the strategic plan, and it will monitor and evaluate these activities relating to elder affairs. The minister is unable to come back with us, so on her behalf, I wish to say thank you to each person who participated today. As you had indicated, Janice, it is amazing that only 10 people theoretically have left us, but we are all aging, so it is something that interests every single one of us. So thank you, and you will be hearing from us as early as within the next 2 weeks or so, when we should have a draft output of today and should be able to set a date for the next conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Springer. I am now going to hand the meeting back over to the substantive chair for the event, which is Dr. Wilshire, who will bring all of the concluding activities as your facilitator. I want to say thank you to everybody. This is not the norm. We would have normally been in Sherburne. We would have been moving about. Instead, I was popping into meetings and popping back out. And I keep saying to everybody, as I say to my students, this is a new reality. If we're kind to each other, if we're patient with each other, we will get through this. Thank you all for really being excellent participants in a very bizarre kind of reality that we're in now. Ms. Wilshire, Dr. Wilshire, you're muted.
And thank you, Dr. Cumberbatch, for being that person that helped us with the heavy lifting of today's process, because I think that it was productive, and the fact that you said we had very few people leaving us pays testimony to the fact that people are taking elder affairs and aging seriously, and that we are on the good path. So thank you very much. And as Pierre said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. And so this brings us to a wrap for our conversation for today. And as you understand, there'll be a lot more engagement to follow. But the technology has been able to give us a reach to deepen and widen the conversation. And we will continue to embrace as many people as we can and to involve as many people as we can. But what we have shown is that there are areas that you have identified for priority attention, and the ministry takes note of it. And we are certainly appreciative that all that you've put into it and all the contributions that you have made. But thanking you is not my official role. And therefore, it is my pleasure to call
on the Administrative Officer in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Ms. Janice Perriman, to do the official. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wiltshire. After such a fulfilling day, I deliver this vote of thanks with pleasure. The first person I want to thank is our minister, the Honorable Cynthia Ford. She was with us from the time we conceptualized the idea, so we want to thank her so much for all of her input. Dr. Yitadis Yebre, our PAHO representative for Barbados and Eastern Caribbean, for giving us a global outlook. Dr. Darlene Taylor, she was also involved in this project with us from beginning to now, so we want to thank you so much. Dr. Janice Cumberbatch, our consultant facilitator, who did such a competent job and put so much into this. We want to thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. And then we have here with us Dr. Ambrose Ramsey for his presentation this morning. Dr. Wendy Seeley, she was here. She is still here with us as well. We want to thank her. Thank you so much. Dr. Kenneth George, who I saw was participating in the discussion this afternoon. Our PS, who pushed us and made sure that we got this project off the ground and made sure that it was facilitated and brought to this point so effectively. Thank you, PS. Ms. Sherland Taylor, Ms. Sherland Turton. Oh, I'm remarrying Sherland. She presented the local, regional, and global perspectives. She gave us the achievements to date. So we have started to do things for the elderly and charting the way forward. Our senior government officials, our systems administrators, both here at the ministry and at the university, Acute Vision, who came on with us just during this week, as well as oversight, our household facilitators who did such an immense job, both here at the university and both here at the ministry and at the university. The coordinating team here at the ministry and other members of staff who may have contributed in any way. The representatives of our regional and international development partners, we thank you, as well as representatives of our various stakeholder agencies, both public and private. All leaders of civil society and community organizations, our faith-based community, Ms. Gabrielle Gay, our social media manager, and I'm so sorry you guys couldn't meet her. She is a real bubbly individual, a pleasure to meet. Of course, that doesn't mean that you all are not a pleasure to meet. The media, all participants here and in the virtual land. Of course, our caterer who fed us. And of course, we couldn't have done all of this without this sustenance that we have got from the Almighty God. So we want to thank him as well. And anyone that we may have inadvertently missed out, please understand that we appreciate all that you have done. So without any more ado, thank you all so much. It has been a wonderful day. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Perriman. I think that you said all that we want to say. And at this moment, what I would want to say is, God bless, stay safe, and those who are here, get home safely. Have a good weekend from all of us here at the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.